Call this meeting to order at 6:05. If you're able, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Johnson. Kelly.
Here.
Mikulski.
Here.
Leaks May.
Here.
Polika.
Here.
Approval of the agenda.
Madam Mayor, I move we approve the agenda as presented.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. It looks like we're starting the 6 o'clock meeting here with a couple of presentations. Looks like presentation A is the annual presentation of the audited financial statements for fiscal year ending in June 30th, 2025.
All right, good evening. My name is Aaron Stevens. I'm a principal with Maynard Costerison. Tonight I've handed out printed copies of the financial statement report, which is the thicker one. The thinner report is what we refer to as a single audit, and you have a presentation handout. And what I would like to do tonight, as I've done in the past, is go over the presentation handout. The page numbers that you'll see throughout the presentation refer to the page numbers in the report. And I'm happy to go over any questions you have in the report, but I'd start with the presentation handout and go from there. So with that, the independent auditors report. Well, let me take a step back. This was a group effort, a collaborative effort, and we wanted to take a minute to recognize everyone's assistance in getting this audit completed. Steve Watson and his group, Colleen and the rest of the city staff. We know we're a disruption to the routine, and we do appreciate everyone's help. We had some challenges with the turnover that the city had, and getting everything wrapped up. But it's done. It'll be filed tomorrow. I always would like to wait till after the presentation to file it with Treasury. We'll get the single audit uploaded to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse, and button this up before the end of the year. So, what I plan to do tonight is highlight what I think are the key areas, but again, if you have questions, stop me at any time and we can go through those. The independent auditor's report is presented on pages 1 through 3 of the report on the financial statements. And I always like to remind everyone that the purpose or objective of an audit is to express opinions on the financial statements. The purpose of an audit is not to detect fraud or give you an opinion on your internal control. And that is because fraud detection, deterrence, and prevention, as well as sound internal control, are management responsibilities. Now, if we find fraud, or if we have recommendations on how to improve your internal control, we certainly would share that with you. That would be done in the form of a written report on internal control, but that report is a byproduct of the audit itself. The independent auditor's report, again, pages 1 through 3. I'm going to highlight just a couple of paragraphs out of that report. In the second paragraph on page 1 of the independent auditor's report, we've expressed what we refer to as unmodified opinions. In that second paragraph, it reads in part, in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects. That is the important phrase, present fairly in all material respects. That is what we refer to as the unmodified opinions. That is the highest level of assurance that we can provide for a set of financial statements. To put that into some perspective for you, there are 3 types of opinions as you see on the screen. You have unmodified, qualified, or adverse. A qualified opinion might read something like, except for capital assets, the financial statements are fairly presented. Some exception to the unmodified opinions. An adverse opinion is when your financial statements are not fairly presented, and then the only other alternative that we have as auditors would be to disclaim an opinion altogether. So of the options, you have what you're looking for in the unmodified opinions. That's what you want to see as a council. In the first paragraph on page 2 of the report, we highlight that management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements. That does include the internal control over the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements. In the third paragraph on page 2, our purpose or objective is to express opinions, as I said, about whether the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So the audits are designed to obtain reasonable assurance, but not absolute assurance. And they are designed to give an opinion as to whether the financial statements are free from material misstatement and not all misstatement. And I highlight that fact because we don't look at every single transaction. We make sample selections, we test your internal controls, but we don't look at everything, and frankly, you wouldn't want to pay us to look at everything, so. The report on the financial statements does consist of two sets of financial statements. You have government-wide financial statements, and then there are fund-level financial statements behind that. The government-wide financial statements are prepared on the full accrual basis of accounting. What that means is they primarily have a long-term perspective, but the only time you see this level of reporting is in the audit report once a year. So I wasn't planning on spending a lot of time on this. I have a couple of highlights for the government-wide financial statements. For governmental activities, you do have strong liquidity as of June 30th. So your current assets divided by current liabilities comes out to 3.25. So you could cover your current obligations more than 3 times over at that point in time. The unrestricted net position is negative, however, and that is negative because you have long-term debt, net pension liability, net OPEB liability. So the unrestricted portion is negative. The general employee retirement system pension is well funded at 476%. The police and fire pension is funded at 83%. OPEB is funded at 111%, so those are all positives. Total net position did increase for this fiscal year by approximately $20 million. For the business type activities, you added $2.5 million to your net position, total net position for the year. And the business type activities includes the same information that is included in the enterprise funds. So we'll touch on that in more detail when we get to the fund level financial statements. All right. So the governmental funds financial statements are presented on pages 13 and 15, and governmental fund financial statements are prepared on the modified accrual basis of accounting. So it's a different perspective than the government-wide financial statements. This is a current financial resources focus. So what you won't see on the balance sheet for governmental funds are long-term items such as long-term debt, capital assets, net pension liability, et cetera. This should be a more familiar presentation for you because this is the level at which your budgets are prepared, and the interim reporting that you get throughout the year is done at the fund level. The governmental funds balance sheet is presented on page 13. It is a snapshot as of June 30th, 2025 of your assets, your liabilities, your deferred inflows of resources, and the net of those 3 items would be your fund balance. So I'm going to focus on the general fund as the operating fund for the city. Total fund balance as of June 30th was just over $10 million. That $10 million is broken down into 5 potential classifications. As you see in the middle of the slide there, non-spendable, restricted, committed, assigned, and unassigned. But when I look at a general fund and financial health, I look at what the city has control of. And the city controls the committed portion, the assigned portion, and the unassigned portion. You don't really control the non-spendable portion, and you don't control the restricted portion. So if you take your committed fund balance as of June 30th, it was $879,000. Your assigned fund balance is about $9,800, and then the unassigned fund balance in the general fund was $8.7 million. That $9.6 million collectively, compared to your expenditures and your other financing uses or transfers out to other funds, equates to about 33%. So that's about 4 months of operations. The GFOA, or the Government Finance Officers Association, recommends that you maintain a minimum fund balance in your general fund that is equal to 2 months of normal operations. 2 out of 12 months is about 17%, and you're sitting at 33% as of June 30th. So your general fund is in excellent financial condition. Sticking with the general fund theme, the statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balances is presented on page 15. Total revenues for the year, $27.8 million. That was an increase of about 1.6 over the 2024 revenues, 1.6 million. So about a 6% increase in revenues. Expenditures at $28.7 million. That was also an increase of about $4.2 million, or about 17% on the expenditure side. Your net other financing sources increased about $2 million. You did issue some debt in the current fiscal year, or last fiscal year. So you had a note payable to the OPEB trust fund. You had an installment purchase agreement for some vehicles, and you also had proceeds from the sale of capital assets. So when you issue debt in a governmental fund, it shows up as an other financing source. because it's modified accrual. So the results for the year is you added about $1.3 million to your general fund balance. In the previous year, you added about $1.8 million to your fund balance. To give you a visual perspective of the general fund over the past 5 years, in 2021, you had no change in fund balance. Revenues equaled expenditures. You had a slight decrease in 2022, a slight increase in 2023, and increases in 2024 and 2025. So you've got a nice upward trend for your general fund balance for the last 3 or 4 years here. But again, sound financial condition. As far as the composition of your general fund revenue, property taxes at 49%. In the previous year, it was 52%. Intergovernmental revenue, which would include any federal, state, and or local revenues, at 19%. It was 22% in the previous year. Charges for services at 8%. It was 10% in the previous year. So a slight fluctuation there, but most of that is caused by those other financing sources, being the debt issuance and so forth, so the sale of capital assets. On the expenditure side, public safety is the largest use of funds for the general fund, 52%. It was 57% in the previous year. General government is 23%. That was 19% in the previous year. So again, a little bit of fluctuation in the composition there. Over the past 5 years, the unrestricted fund balance as a percentage of expenditures and other financing uses has been well above that recommended minimum of about 17%. But keep in mind that 17% is a minimum. It's not a maximum. You don't want to go any lower than 17%. So I don't think you have excessive fund balance. I think you have healthy fund balance for the general fund. This is the same information, just in terms of dollars rather than percentages, and that line on the bottom represents 17% of each year's expenditures and other financing uses. All right. Then we get to the proprietary fund financial statements presented on pages 17 through 19. So again, this is the same information that you see in the business type activities total column in the government-wide statements. It's just broken down into more detail. We break it down by fund and gives you a slightly different format, but it's the same information because it is full accrual. So unlike the governmental funds, which were modified accrual, proprietary funds are prepared on the full accrual basis of accounting. All right, so we'll start with the water and sewer fund. This is presented on page 17, the statement of net position. Again, we have a snapshot as of June 30, 2025. Your assets, your liabilities, your deferred inflows of resources, and the net of those three, in this case, is called net position instead of fund balance. So for the water and sewer fund, your total net position was about $30 million. Here we have three classifications. As you see in the middle of the slide, you have the amount invested in capital assets, net of any related debt. Then you have restricted portions and unrestricted portions. So factoring or looking at what you have, again, what you have control of, you have the unrestricted net position compared to expenses. Unrestricted net position was $6.7 million. You have expenses there as detailed on the slide. I do factor out depreciation expense because depreciation is a non-cash expense. So that $6.7 million equates to 94% of your operating expenses less depreciation. When you look at in terms of financial health, and in an enterprise fund, it's different than a general fund. With the general fund, it's modified accrual basis of accounting. Full accrual basis of accounting, you have different things to consider, such as your capital assets are on the statement of net position. Your long-term debt is on the statement of net position. Those aren't operating expenses. So when you look at what should be a healthy net position, unrestricted net position balance, you have to start with operations at 2 to 3 months. You have to factor in any debt service requirements, principal and interest, because when you make a principal payment on your debt, it reduces the liability. It doesn't show up as an expense, but it is a cash flow. And then you also have to factor in capital requirements, and this is fairly subjective, and it's the most subjective piece of the entire financial statement, because it depends on the age and condition of your systems, your water and sewer systems. Are you going to have to replace a bunch of it? If you do, you're going to want to have a higher net position balance. So it should, when you prepare your budgets, it should go hand in hand with your capital asset management plan in terms of timing when those projects get completed. Because I know generally people like the graphs more so than the numbers. This is a 5-year bar graph of water and sewer fund revenues, expenses, and total net position. So in here, you can see that you added to total net position for the past 5 years. You did use a little bit of net position in 2022 when expenses were higher than revenues. But again, you can't spend that green bar. That's not all available. That includes capital assets. So this bar graph here shows you what you do have available for use in the future, and that is that portion on the bottom. It's bluish, I guess, blue-purple, at $6.7 million. So while the total is impressive, you can't spend the $21 million. You can't spend your systems. All right, so here's a similar line graph that shows you the unrestricted net position as a percentage of operating expenses, nice upward trend. So you're building that unrestricted net position. And I think the water and sewer fund is in sound financial condition. Then we get to the auto parking fund. Again, a snapshot on page 17, the statement of net position. Your assets, liabilities, deferred inflows, and the net of those would be your net position. Total net position for the auto parking fund was $660,000 as of June 30th. Again, 3 possible classifications. But in this case, you are 18.6 months in the hole. So your unrestricted net position is negative, about negative 1.8 million. Comparing that to your operating expenses less depreciation, it's a year and a half. You need to generate more revenue, cut expenses, what have you, to improve that. And this is not a new problem by any means. Here's your 5-year bar graph of the, again, total revenue, total expenses, total net position, but you can see that green bar has taken a downward trend in each of the past 5 years. Your expenses have exceeded revenues in each of the past 5 years. When you just look at the net position, total net position, you can see you do have capital assets in the auto parking fund, but your unrestricted portion has been negative the past 5 years. It's getting better, right? It is getting better, but it's still negative. All right, so there's a similar line graph, past 5 years. Before we get to the upcoming accounting standards, in the thinner report, I should have had a slide in this and I don't. In the thinner bound report, on page 9 of the single audit report, we have the schedule of findings and question costs. And it's a summary of the entire process. And just to hit some of the highlights here, for the financial audit, we did express unmodified opinions for each of your opinion units. You did have a material weakness. You had some significant deficiencies and you had some noncompliance related to the financial statement audit. Under the federal awards of the single audit portion, no material weaknesses, no significant deficiencies. We did express unmodified opinions on your compliance with the major federal program requirements. We did need to test 2 federal programs this year, the CDBG program and the CSL FRF for the ARPA funds. Those are the 2 federal programs that were tested. As far as the material weakness goes, we had auditor proposed journal entries that were material to the financial statements, so we commented on that. The significant deficiencies that are included in that report include the timeliness or lack thereof for the bank reconciliations and also some missing supporting documentation. For the noncompliance, the parking fund deficit is actually noncompliance with Michigan compiled law, as is the unfavorable budget variances. Now, included in that single audit report is management's response to each of those findings. It starts on page 13 of that thinner report. As far as the upcoming accounting standards go, note 19 starts on page 65. And there are 2 upcoming accounting pronouncements that will need to be implemented in the year that you're in now, actually. So GASB Statement 103, financial reporting model improvements. There were changes to the management's discussion and analysis requirements, how unusual or infrequent items are reported, some changes to the proprietary fund financial statement presentation, more of a formatting issue there, how to report major component units, and also some additional requirements for the budgetary comparison information that you'll see in the upcoming audit report. GASB Statement 104 on the disclosure of certain capital assets. So Statement 104 requires separate disclosure of leased assets, SBITAs or software leases, and then other capital assets with private-public partnerships and so forth. So the last few years have introduced new types of capital assets that are intangible, and what Statement 104 requires is those be, disclosed separately or highlighted, if you will, in the notes. So also effective for the year that we're in now. Now, I think I went through that pretty quickly, but I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
I have a couple. Wait, hold on. Oop, there we go. The first question is going to be a little bit technical, but it's related to the auto parking fund. So the auto parking fund has, there's a due to, we have a due to due from with the general fund of the 747,809. So there's a payable and a receivable in the general fund. Is there justification, could we get justification that would meet standards to write that off and let the auto parking fund not carry a payable? If we're willing to take the hit to the general fund unassigned fund balance?
And that's up to the governing body, I would say, but an enterprise fund is designed to operate on user charges, and not subsidies from the general fund, so.
Yes, that is the ideal scenario. Okay, but I think my question to you is, do you, in order to do that sort of
It's been done before.
write-off, could we get sufficient justification that would pass muster?
Again, yeah, if the council approves such a write-off, or transfer in effect.
Okay. Not saying I'm proposing doing it, I'm just checking out my options.
Yeah.
Because that would take a little bit of the pressure off of the negative net position.
Right.
I think, honestly, I think that's really kind of my one big technical question. Mr. Watson and the city manager and Pro Tem Mikulski and I will do our own sort of finance committee discussions about some of these items. I think my next thing is going to be more to Colleen. I'm happy to see the management responses to the findings. I think one thing we're going to need to do is talk through and kind of put together a plan, a more, I don't want to say concrete, because we have a concrete plan, we have a DEP, but something that maybe moves the ball a little faster, a little bit more aggressively with the auto parking fund in particular, and also comes up with some creative uses of the other fund balances that we have in some of our other enterprise and proprietary funds, and how we can sort of leverage those to accomplish some of the things that have been stuck.
Yes, particularly on the auto parking fund, recognizing that the results of the audit were showing an additional year of revenues not being sufficient to cover expenses. We've already started to talk internally about the transfer of credit card processing fees to the end user, which would be an approximately $150,000 a year savings to the city's budget. That's something we would be prepared to present on and discuss at an upcoming meeting in January. That's obviously doesn't take us the full way. There are bigger questions as to how we manage the debt inside of that fund, but a more comprehensive review of that is very much on our radar.
And that's kind of a really important point to stress as well, just for the public's benefit, that the auto parking fund has to remain an enterprise because it has debt. And it must exist as an enterprise and continue to pay off that debt. And so some of the more radical solutions that may be available in other circumstances are not available to us as a result. Okay, and then I guess the final thing is, One thing that I feel very strongly about, I think everyone on this body knows I feel strongly about, is overspending budgets. And that did happen in the last fiscal year, and so there were some failures of budgetary control. And so I want to make sure that we are doubling down on our efforts to make sure that items are encumbered if they need to be encumbered, that we're monitoring things on a more timely basis to ensure that this doesn't happen, and that by the time we move into the adjustment period for a fiscal year, we've identified these sorts of deficits and done some cleanup prior to Aaron here coming in and having to start doing his thing.
Yeah.
So, I know we had a lot of turnover, and so I do not want my comments to sound critical of you or the city staff. It's just, this one's it's a little bit of a disappointment, and that's only because I spend most of my day every day trying to make sure people don't do this.
Yes, I do think the city's already down the path of implementing changes. Obviously, we've made changes immediately to even the way we present information to council, which now requires specific action for budget amendments in real time. So we're not just beholden to that quarterly review process, and it's less likely that things will get missed when in real time we're being asked to consider whether we have the dollars for this. But to your point, I think the transition to BSNA Cloud will particularly be useful in the matter of tracking encumbrances against existing line items and for departments as a whole.
Okay.
Can I follow up real quick? A couple things. When you look at the auto parking fund, you are absolutely correct. They do have due to other funds of 747,000. Which is a short-term liability or a current liability. There's also an advance from other funds, also from the general fund.
Yeah, I wasn't going to get into that one.
Okay.
I was going to leave that one alone.
The state of Michigan does like to see the deficit elimination plan bring you out of a deficit within 5 years. You've hit that 5 years, and so you'll have to submit a new one going forward. And then to your budget comment, there was one governmental function that was over budget. So it wasn't like it was widespread. It was one function. So
Yeah, in the governmental funds.
in the general government, yes. Yep.
Through the chair. To your point, Councilman, I will say that in the 12 years that I've been on council, there hasn't been 1 year that we haven't approved items off of the budget that have affected the budget. So it's a systemic issue that has been around even before I was on council. I don't know how to resolve it, because every year we say the same thing. We're going to be more cautious, and every year we run into the same problem.
Well, if I might, the council member, just because this is something and Mr. Watson is also very familiar with, it's not unusual, right? Like, you often end a fiscal year with a lot of accounts in these sort of circumstances. You have what we call the 13th period, or the adjustment period, prior to the beginning of the full audit process, where you can go through, the year's not closed officially, and you can go through and say, oh, I've got a deficit here, let me move a surplus I have here over and extinguish that deficit. And in this case, that cleanup step didn't happen either. And that's, to me, that's, it happens, right? You're going to have these weird, some of these are just benefits accounts, where you're going to have these weird clearing and contribution things. They're weird. We should have had those resolved before the year itself closed, and that, to me, is where the process problem is we should have been sitting down and going, okay, let's go through and clean up these issues. But no, you're absolutely right. In theory, in the ordinary course, it wouldn't be happening at all.
Yeah.
We'd be on a monthly basis, kind of doing a monthly close and making sure that everything is copacetic, and we are going to do that. I think, Pro Tem Mikulski and I have been working with Colleen to start putting together a schedule of actual regular finance committee meetings where we're actually going to meet and review documentation and reports and opine on that and come up with solutions when necessary. So we're going to kind of get the finance committee back into being a more, I don't want to say functional, because it implies that we weren't functional, but a little bit more hands-on, let's say, to the day-to-day than we were before.
The other topic that I wanted to touch on was the auto parking fund. Before COVID, when we were building the DOT as it was being completed during COVID, we did all the numbers, we did all the analysis. There was enough funds and income revenue to cover our costs with a slight profit. So I would be curious to know, 5 years out, what has changed? I mean, obviously revenue has changed, but what is it in the revenue? Is it the nighttime parking? Is it the shift? Maybe it's the shift of going from, what was it, 10 AM to 9 PM or 10 PM we were doing parking, and then we shifted it to 11 to midnight, or it is just till midnight, or is it till 2 AM? I think it's just till midnight. You know, is that it? Are we just getting less people? It'd be interesting to know, you know, where the shortfalls are now coming from. I know a lot of people have told me that after 9 o'clock, the downtown isn't as busy as it used to be before COVID. So, you know, I don't know if it's just they've found other hotspots in other communities. I know Detroit has pulled a lot of people from us. But it'd be interesting to know where we're falling short. And then the last thing that I have is just, you know, offering some wisdom of having a surplus in the general fund balance. And we've been here before, the city's been here before, and we've always been cautious not to use that. If you go back even further than 5 years, you will see that we've fluctuated in that balance. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that as these millages, run out of time, we're going to be getting less income. And we already know, based on the analysis that we did for this last millage for the 10 years, that by year 7 or 8, we're going to be in a deficit. So I would just offer to be cautious about spending too much of that fund balance now, because in 5 or 6 years, we may seriously need those funds. And that's all I have to offer.
You're here.
Through the chair, I have a quick question about the water and sewer fund unrestricted net position and the fact that that just kind of skyrocketed. Is that due to changes to our fees or less expenses that we've had over time, over the past year?
Primarily, it's rates.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, and your expenses did decrease, so a little bit of both. So your expenses look like they peaked in 2024. I don't know the actual number in front of me, but they did decrease in 2025, and your revenues increased. So, both sides of it, you bumped up your total net position, including the unrestricted portion.
And we'd
If
be,
I-
go ahead.
If I
We'd
may,
be-
Councilwoman, sorry.
You go ahead.
If I may, Councilwoman, I think when we are having those discussions about increasing the rates, it was also to consider having additional funds for the lead line. So, even though we have it now, next year, I don't think we're going to have it.
Right.
Because we're going to be paying out of our pocket instead of the loans that we were given.
Right, through the chair, that's exactly why I was looking at that. I was just curious if this was the effect of raising the rates so that we could then afford more of the lead service line replacement. And if that's the case, kudos, because that bar chart certainly shot up.
Through the chair, how much did that increase? Because I see, from last year to this year, because I see the bar, but I don't see an amount. It looks like about 3 million, maybe?
You're absolutely right. Your total change in that position was $2,986,000. Yep.
And are we close to the end of that timeline where we're increasing the rates to cover the lead service lines? I know it was a 5-year plan.
Yeah, that ends in 2027, so we have one additional rate increase associated with that 5-year plan. And really by fall of this upcoming year, we should be making a plan for the subsequent fiscal year.
Is that it? Any other questions? Thank you. There's no action tonight for that.
There's an action on the consent agenda just to receive and file.
Got it. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
You got it. Thank you. Presentation 4B is public information. Presentation about the Ferndale Downtown Development Authority. DDA Director. Hello.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and to all of our downtown Ferndale stakeholders. So just a quick overview. Tonight is first of two sessions. We will be also having a second session tomorrow morning at Sidecar for PA 57, which is the state regulation about TIF districts. We are required to have two public information sessions. So I'm going to speak abnormally fast for somebody who already speaks fast just for the sake of time tonight. But I know everyone's got questions about downtown Ferndale. So what is our Downtown Development Authority? The state of Michigan enacted the DDA Act in 1975, largely to prevent deterioration in downtown communities. If you look at the, kind of post-war era where subdivisions and suburbs were emerging, it drew a lot of folks out of downtown areas. So you started to see an evacuation of the kind of mom and pop shops that used to be on a main street. So throughout the 70s, the state of Michigan and other states recognized that this was creating an economic vacuum, and they wanted to reinvest in that. So one way that the state of Michigan really greatly does this is to allow downtown development authorities, corridor improvement authorities, principal shopping districts, and business development districts. So we are a downtown development authority. The Ferndale DDA was established on July 14th, 1981, and our key objectives are to kind of preserve the historical characteristics of our downtown and community. We create and implement development plans to promote economic growth, looking at strategies for business composition, recruitment, and retention. And overall, we encourage the expansion of commercial enterprises in the downtown. We also make a point to maintain public spaces so that there's a place for everyone in downtown Ferndale. We mean it when we say you belong here, and we want spaces for people to come and enjoy downtown Ferndale. Our mission is to work together to drive, deliver, and advance the great downtown Ferndale experience, and we see that as a lively downtown with a mixture of uses that support our community at all times of the day and night, that's sustainable and forward-thinking. So where is the DDA? Physically, we extend from 9 Mile from Paxton to Pinecrest, and then along Woodward from Marshall to Oak Ridge. It also includes parts of West Troy and Fester Avenue. So in total, we're about 4 linear miles, and this comprises more than 350 different businesses throughout that district. Physically, for our office space, we are located here in Ferndale City Hall. We call ourselves the fun cousins who live in the basement because we are like the city government, but we're not quite as official as the rest of the city government. But you can find us with lots of fun things in our office across the hall here from council chambers. You can reach us at info@downtownferndale.com, and you can also find us online at downtownferndale.com and at Downtown Ferndale on all social media. There are also 2 districts that are outlined on this map that I'm going to talk about a little bit further because it has to do with our funding sources. So, and this is a similar but different image. You can see that from Oak Ridge to Marshall, that's what we refer to as the Downtown Development Authority boundaries. This is established through the Ferndale Ordinance. And likewise, from Pinecrest over to Paxton, that includes where the Shepherd House apartments are now. That is the extended Downtown Development Authority boundaries. However, within that, you'll see the red boundaries, which is considered our TIF district. This is for tax increment financing. And what this means, in essence, is that when taxes are collected by the county, a portion of those taxes that would go to things like the regional transit or the zoo or other, countywide non-city initiatives, instead of going to the county, they are diverted to a downtown development authority, in this case us, where we are obligated to reinvest them for that district. So what's important about that is that we do act as an authority. We have to manage a budget. That budget has to be approved by City Council. City Council is also responsible for approving our board members and many of the actions that we are still held to. We also capture other tax revenues. There is about a 2% millage on properties throughout that district. So some people, if you have a commercial tax bill and you're in the green boundary, you might see, or anywhere in the green boundary, including the red boundary, you'll see a Downtown Development Authority item on your taxes, but you won't see something for the TIF that is the majority of our funding. We do also receive a variety of other grants and philanthropic contributions. Oakland County and Main Street Oakland County are huge funders of us. I'm going to talk a little bit later about the nearly $300,000 we received from Oakland County through our Main Streets program. And then we also receive funding through Main Street Oakland County. As an accredited community, we received more than $17,000 in supportive and technical funding in 2025. We also frequently get sponsorships and other grants. Les Stanford, GMC, and others throughout the city have been great benefactors of the downtown. They see a great role for themselves and us to make Ferndale great. So who are we? As I mentioned, we are established by ordinance and also subject to state law PA 57. Both of these mandate that the board is comprised of 8 members, that it's selected by the mayor and then approved by council. Our actions are governed by state law and local law. And then we also have a set of bylaws that are voted on by the board, how we handle meetings, how we handle in-board elections and things like that. By law, through PA 57, the majority of members must have a direct interest in the downtown. So this means of those 5 members, of the 9 members, including the mayor or a council delegate, 5 of them have to have a direct interest, and the mayor or council member can also be part of that 5-member majority. The rest, there is no regulation on who else has to serve or can serve. So we do have residents from Greater Ferndale. We've got businesses from Ferndale. And we do also have to have a resident of the TIF district according to state law. So we have a member of the downtown, a resident of the downtown who also serves on our board. The staff and operations are managed by the executive director, myself, and I report to the board of directors through the board chair. So board members advise and approve the annual budget. They also set the vision for downtown, the strategy. They attend meetings, they volunteer, they collaborate with businesses, and really they are there as representatives similar to council for the greater community. They are the representatives for the downtown on the DDA board. So who is the Downtown Development Authority Board? Currently, it is Mayor Raylon Leaks May and Councilmember Rolanda Kelly as an alternate. Our board chair is a resident of the TIF, Drew Fitzsimmons. Matari Harris is a business owner. She's our vice chair, and Toli Ashkenazi of 215 West in Soho is our treasurer. Aaron Cambron from Love and Other Books. Labiba Kayoum is a Ferndale resident. And has also been a long-term volunteer through the arts and beautification and other initiatives. Joseph Shahade is with Giorgio Conti Jewelers. Doug Smith is of CORE, and Derek Warenka is of Simply Home Realty. And so some highlights here from the last year. The first picture is Councilmember Kelly, Toli Ashkenazi, Sarah Brown, and myself in Philadelphia at the Main Street National Conference. In the middle picture, you can see Doug Smith, Labiba Kayoum, and Drew Fitzsimmons at our celebration for Sidecar when it opened this year. And then on the right is myself and Summer at the recent Michigan Downtown Association annual workshop. We are also a proud Great American Main Street. We were first accredited in 2001. We were the second community in Oakland County. And then we were also the first in Oakland County to win a Great American Main Street Award. So this is quite an honor for us. We are one of less than 10 in the state of Michigan, and I think less than a few hundred within the country. As far as Main Street Oakland County, they are a coordinating program throughout the county. This is a distinction for them because most of the rest of the United States, it is at a state level. However, we have more than 40 communities in Oakland County who are Main Street accredited. So as a select community, we are evaluated annually. And as I mentioned earlier, this is great for us because we get $17,000 or more worth of funding. We also have access to Main Street specific grants that we can apply for, that businesses can apply for, so it's a financial opportunity for us as well. Part of our accreditation requires having an annual action plan and a strategy. So these are the 4 points that Main Street nationally recommends that we use. So we do follow these 4 guiding principles with them. And you can just see listed here some of our main strategic initiatives, including our survey, a downtown survey and strategy realignment, communications, business engagement, our wayfinding projects, public art, and then just organizationally making sure that we're robust, that we've got good training, folks know what we do and what being part of the DDA means. You may recognize us from our downtown Ferndale logo or our ethos that you belong here. We really do care about making creative and inclusive spaces for everyone in downtown Ferndale. So some of the activities that we support, I've highlighted here some of those that are in teal that are driven by or coordinated by the DDA and sometimes with other partners. And then those in orange are some of the external festivals that folks might know about downtown Ferndale because they happen in downtown Ferndale, but they're actually put on by third parties. So this year we were really excited to launch Art March for the first time. We also partnered with Parks and Rec on the summer solstice for karaoke, and then again later and just recently in December for Santa at Schiffer Park. We also sponsor downtown trick-or-treating. We gave out more than 1,000 pounds of candy this year, so that was really fun. If you see us around town, we've usually got a little something to give you. Hopefully it makes your day a little brighter. For beautification in public spaces, we do have a maintenance contract with the Department of Public Works. This was renewed this year through a competitive bid process where DPW and others did bid for the contract, and DPW was unanimously selected by our Procurement Review Committee. So that's an excitement for us to continue that great partnership. They arrange our hanging flowers, the beds. We get compliments on the baskets that are grown for us through a local nursery. They are super petunias. If anyone ever needs to know. And then they also put up our holiday lights and routine maintenance throughout downtown. You might see some of our activated space in the next to the dot where we've got the picnic tables and decorations out. That's currently a not permanent, but currently utilized space that is much desired green space in downtown. So we keep that active. We want people to have a space. We also maintain a public toilet for folks to use there if you ever need it. It is ADA accessible and cleaned routinely. For wayfinding and sidewalks, we make sure that the sidewalks stay clean in the wintertime. For this year and last year, we have been contracting an annual service to do that so that it's done in a timely manner, that there's at least an ADA public right-of-way that folks can get through in the winter. We also provide ice melt to the businesses. We supported parking with the rollout of their zone communications. And then we've also got an exciting project that we just kicked off to spend upwards of $700,000 on downtown wayfinding and sidewalk repair. So please keep your eyes peeled for ways to get involved in the coming months about our downtown wayfinding, helping folks to navigate the downtown. If you're here regularly or you're trying to tell friends and family where to park or where to get to certain places, we want that to be a really positive experience for newcomers and folks returning to downtown Ferndale. We also know that that will increase the mobility and accessibility of the downtown, and that really matters to us. So just a few highlights. You can see here one of our 9 concerts at 9 on 9 that happened in the summertime. We had 9 perfect weather weekends this year, which was really extraordinary. Good thing we don't have them in the winter because we're off to a doozy already, but you can see some of our downtown decorations. And then what was really fun about 9 on 9 this year, we featured a kids session where the kids made music. We also had a dog's day that we want, again, folks to feel at home. Bring your pets, bring your family, come out to downtown Ferndale. And then most recently, there's a picture of Santa at Schiffer that was sponsored by Giorgio Conti to give families a different photo opportunity this year. So we had a great turnout with them, and thanks again to our partners at Parks and Rec. We are champions for local business. This year, we supported businesses to get more than $3,000 through Michigan State University Federal Credit Union. Those went to Shion Designs, Push Pilates, and Creatives Collective. And then we also had we had a $10,000 grant that was awarded to K9 Turbo for facade improvements and their improvements to the inside of their business. We work with Shopping Small and Local. We had more than 20 businesses that opened this year and throughout the district. So, and sometimes people think, oh, this business has been long vacant, or there's nothing new in downtown Ferndale. There frequently are new things in downtown Ferndale, and we love celebrating those. We also promoted the local gym sweepstakes by Main Street, Oakland County, and the $1,000 first place winner did come from Ferndale. So there will be a celebration Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock outside of the Rocket. If you would like to join us and Oakland County Executive Coulter, we'll be celebrating that. We had more than $4,000 purchased in Ferndale dollars, which is a electronic gift card that is available. You can spend at more than 20 businesses, so that's a great idea for stocking stuffers if you need a last-minute idea. Just a few highlights as well. This is for Sean Young receiving her check from MSU FCU, celebrating Little Ghost opening. Vibe Credit Union was one of our major renovations. Also maintain a community space. If you need a meeting space for credit union members, please check out Vibe Credit Union. Alexis from Push Pilates celebrating her opening, and then Crane Optical, who was just really going all out for Halloween this year for our downtown trick-or-treating. For our promotions and media, we are almost at 20,000 followers on Instagram, which is a big milestone for us because that expands our reach and how we get information to followers. So when we're promoting our downtown businesses, when we're promoting downtown Ferndale, this is really great for us because that reaches more people, and it's a distinction that not many other Main Street communities have that kind of reach for their DDA. We also increased our reach through Facebook and launched a Blue Sky account, and we use social media to get more than 350 responses to our strategy survey. We also hosted tours for a number of folks who were interested in downtown Ferndale, in particular for our bike lanes, the walkability and the bikeability of downtown Ferndale. So these are things that folks from outside the area really look to Ferndale, and they know us from afar and they want to learn more. So we're really proud to host anyone who wants to learn more about downtown Ferndale. We also launched Art March for the first but not last instance. This was devised with the Ferndale Arts and Beautification Commission, part of the think tank to celebrate art and creativity. We had more than 40 events throughout the month of March, and we are currently planning for a second, bigger and better instance this year in 2026. So please follow us for more information about those fun events coming up. Our priorities for the next year, we have, again, our annual accreditation, which is vital for us. Part of that includes us making sure that we have a pipeline of interested volunteers. We've recently launched a vision committee through the DDA board, looking for folks who want to be involved in our events or might have future interest in the board, or just, supporting the activities that you like to see in downtown. We have been working on our strategy planning for the next 3 to 5 years. So we're breaking this out into 1 to 2 year plans and then 3 to 5 year plans that we'll renew on a more regular basis. This has been very much informed by our strategy outreach and the survey that we requested folks to fill out. As I mentioned, the sidewalk and wayfinding project, the designs for that are expected in early spring. And then the construction for that is going to be expected in early summer. We will be planning that closely around special events. So we are looking at something around after Pride, but before the rest of the summer festivals really kick up. So the others I'll go through very briefly, but looking always for community partners and resources for those in need, whether it's a person who has a social need, working with our mental health co-responder through Ferndale Police, and then connecting folks to resources, also businesses to resources. We want to make sure that our businesses have an opportunity to thrive. That means our retention with our existing businesses, and then also recruitment for businesses to fill in some of those gaps. So we want to make sure that there are appropriate incentives and motivation for businesses to come to Ferndale. We want to make it an easy place for them to do business and to be part of our downtown community. We're also really excited about some digital opportunities for us to implement a customer relationship management system, CRM system, for data management that will allow us to streamline our communications to folks, whether it's visitors, residents, downtown businesses, or other stakeholders throughout who are involved with the DDA. And if you would like to stay involved with us, again, we encourage you to follow us on all social media handles at Downtown Ferndale. Our monthly DDA board meetings are the second Thursday at 8:30 here in council chambers. We've got plenty of volunteer opportunities. Art March would be a great one to get started with, but we have plenty of other things to work on in downtown. If you're interested in the board, we may have opportunities coming up in the future, so please follow us there. And you can look for us online and around downtown. And I will be here with a little bit more swag if anybody has desire for that. Part of our promotions has been safety equipment, including bike bells, safety lights, restickable stickers, and a first aid kit. So thank you very much for your attention. Any questions?
Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you, council, for your support and for everyone who enjoys downtown Ferndale.
All right, so now we're at call to audience, where you have, you can come up and speak on anything on or off the agenda. And you will have 3 minutes, state your name and address if you'd like. And I'm opening call to audience at 7 o'clock.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Just for clarity, if you could share that this is the call to audience for the 6 PM
For the
meeting?
6 p.m. meeting,
That there's
yes.
still a call to audience for the 7 PM
That's
meeting?
correct. Yes.
Through the chair, there's just one item on the regular agenda, which would be the consent agenda.
Okay, all right. Well, I see no one coming up for call to audience. I'm going to move on to the consent agenda. Item 7A, approve of the November 24, 2025 meeting minutes. Acknowledgement, 7B, acknowledgement to receive and file the fiscal year-end 2025 audited financial statements and 2025 single audit. 7C, approval of the 2020, oh, goodness. Approval of the 2026 city meeting and observed holiday schedule. 7D, approval of the listed appointments and reappointments to city boards and commissions. 7E, appointment of alternate to SACRA Board of Trustees. 7F, approval to renew a pawnbroker's license for the Aubrey Group at 1461 East 8 Mile Road, and approval of the 2 surety bonds, each in the amount of $1,500. 7G, approval to renew a hotel motel license for Lotus Inn located at 330 West 8 Mile Road. 7H, approval of the 2026 Urban Forestry Support Contract with Davie Resource Group in the amount not to exceed $35,000. 7I, approval to renew agreement with DSS Equiture Corporation for the police communications equipment and maintenance through 2030 in the amount of $53,650.55. 7J, approval of professional services agreement with Giffords and Webster for the 2026-2027 manhole rehabilitation design and construction services in the amount of $85,520. 7K, approval of the proposal for Neptune MY360 Consumer Portal in the amount of $16,500. 7L, approval of digital facility mapping and disaster response program contract with PureClean in the amount not to exceed $27,738 and $700.38. 7M, approval of the 5-year agreement with the Oakland County Clemis and DataWorks for live scan mugshots in the amount not to exceed $6,900 annually. 7N, approval of the purchase of 10 Flowbird parking pay stations from Kale America, Inc. in the amount of $60,600, and ongoing service fees in the annual amount of $10,920. 7O, approval of the agreement with Pure Pro Wrestling LLC to deliver a community pro wrestling event in the summer of 2026. 7P, approval of payments to M-Parks for the Grand Experience Senior Trip Tour to the Grand Hotel on Mackinac Island not to exceed $64,750. And 7Q, approval of bills and payrolls as submitted by the Finance Director and subject to review by the Finance Council Finance Committee.
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we don't have anything on the regular agenda for this 6 o'clock meeting. Anything for call to council for the 6 o'clock meeting? All right, this meeting's adjourned at 7:05.
Would we be able to take 2 minutes to try and repair the TVs?
5 minutes?
5 minutes to
I
try
was
and,
gonna say
yeah.
We need a break between sessions.
5-minute break is happening right now. meeting.
It's getting terrible.
How many recipients are there tonight? I didn't,
There's 6 for prize.
Good evening. I call this meeting to order at 7:13 PM. If you're able, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Johnson.
Here.
Kelly.
Here.
Mikulski.
Here.
Leaksmay.
Here.
Polika.
Here.
Approval of the agenda.
I move to amend the agenda to defer item 8B for action at a later meeting to allow additional time for community input. Also to work on our ALPR policy and in the inclusion for the newly seated council.
Support.
Individual roll call.
Kelly.
Yes.
Mikulski.
Yes.
Johnson.
No.
Polika.
Yes.
Leaksmay.
No.
No, I thought that this was putting it on the agenda.
I was taking it off the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You are permitted to have discussion at this time as well, if you need clarification.
I'm confused. I thought we were putting this,
There was a
No, I
motion.
asked to remove it.
Yes, there was a
Remove it? I
motion
thought
to
there was
approve
an
the agenda as
edit.
amended to remove that item.
For a later date.
It's not what I heard. I
To defer to a
apologize.
later date, yes.
I apologize. That's not what I heard. I heard that you wanted to add the agenda, an item to 8B.
No,
for
I wanted to remove it, and we can discuss it before the vote, or,
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Do we discuss it now, or do
Yes,
we?
yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. It's open for
The
discussion.
mayor did not call the result of the vote, so it has not been formalized.
So
Through the chair, Mayor, do you want to hear from anybody with respect to why the proposed amendment?
You pulled it, so if you want to.
so I made the motion, because I don't believe we're ready. I want to acknowledge the work that Mayor Pro Tem has been doing behind the scenes to make the contract amendments. I think they're strong, they're good. I think we still need to do some work on our ALPR, what's the other that you were working on?
The ALPR policy and the public surveillance
Yeah,
ordinance.
and the policy and the public surveillance ordinance, she's been working on that. She doesn't feel it's ready to move forward tonight, and I can't support moving forward when it's not ready. As stated last week, this process has felt rushed and lacked transparency. We've moved this item to tonight's meeting so we could have a community meeting on Friday, and the residents' feedback at that meeting, their questions weren't available to be answered, as well as it just felt rushed. They had 6 hours to answer the questions, and then it was formulated into today, and I just don't think that's enough time. So, yeah, I took away from the meeting and from the emails, the conversations, public comment sense that the residents are asking for a pause, not to shut this down, but to ensure we're doing our due diligence. And they also were asking for us to wait till the new council is seated. And my job is to represent the voices of our community. And I believe everyone that I've spoke to, it's a 70-30 split. So that tells me that the community is not in favor of it. I do a 70-30 split, as I said, from everywhere that I have spoken, from the community meetings, from my emails, from my conversations with my community, That is what I have learned, and that's why I'm asking for us to take a pause.
I object to this because the business of the council does not stop because a new council is coming in January. It's not how we do business. So that, to me, is an insufficient reason to defer business. I think we've been discussing this for 3 years. This particular item we haven't, but the conversation about ALPRs has been going on for years, and a lot of the folks in this room have been very vocal for 3 years. There has been a lot of community engagement on this. To say that that hasn't been is disingenuous. This conversation has been going on for years. To imply that there has been, no one has been heard, or that more meetings are going to make a difference is just not true. That's not accurate. This conversation was going on before we were on the council, Councilmember Kelly, and you know that. So this item, these things have been discussed ad nauseum. Everyone has been heard. People have been heard. There have been plenty of opportunities to be heard. Our policy is good. Pro Tem spent a lot of time renegotiating the contract and got 99% of what she wanted. So I don't think it's a fair characterization to say that our policies fall short or that the contract falls short. I don't think that's a fair characterization. I have never seen a corporation's legal office agree to pretty much every demand a small city has made of them. And they did in this case. We got everything we wanted. There is no practical impact of delaying this. I mean, the reality is, this is a delaying tactic to kill this. That's what this is. So let's just not pretend that it's anything else. Let's not couch it in something. It's what this is. So I oppose delaying the action on this. And I think we need to just proceed and get this over with. I think dragging this into the new year is not going to be beneficial to the city.
So through the chair, if I may, I have spent from Friday night to literally when I got here late for the 6 o'clock meeting, working on the ALPR policy bullet points, trying to take everything that people had said Friday, as well as things that I had heard prior, and incorporate them into the ALPR policy, as well as potentially update the public surveillance ordinance that would then have to go back to our committee, get approval there, and come back to a council agenda. And I tried, I'm just not, I don't have enough to make the policy document. I have bullet points, but I don't have enough to have the fully fleshed out ALPR policy document. Otherwise, I would have sent it to you all. That's why I support, because I just need more time to put that together.
When we spoke on the phone yesterday, Madam Pro Tem, we went over the language for the policy. You and I discussed, we drafted language together on the phone.
We drafted language about a particular item, but there are multiple others that need to be put in there.
And we talked about that, the reality of having a fully drafted new ALPR policy was not reasonable, but that we could, make any action tonight contingent on updates to the policy, because we adopt the policies of the city if we wish, and that we could do that. And that seemed perfectly fine. So again, I feel like we had these conversations, and I feel like I'm getting a different conversation tonight.
So through the chair, my fear is that I am missing something and that I'm not going to capture it and I'm not going to get it into that policy. I guess we can always revise it again,
Sure.
but in the interest of public trust, I was trying to get something that I could put on the agenda so that the public could see it, instead of me rattling off my bullet points, which I will do.
I guess what I'm kind of confused about, one of the underlying sort of philosophical things here, is a belief that we wouldn't go back and make we've been very upfront about amending our policies and making them ironclad. The chief has been very upfront, transparent. He updates it as necessary. We've never said that we would do this and never follow up, never continue to be on our guard. We're never going to be able to adopt something that's perfect. Like, it's not how anything works in life. It's certainly not how government works. And I know that if people are expecting that, they're going to be disappointed all the time, because we are never going to get it perfectly right. But we can always make that ongoing commitment to the public trust that we will always continue to try to make sure that we're at the forefront of securing and doing what we need to do. That's our job. Our job is not to guarantee perfection. Our job is not to say we're going to nail it. on try one, but if we get 99%, that's pretty darn good.
We didn't nail it on try one for Flock, right? Because we were sharing information without our police department knowing.
And what did we do, Councilmember Kelly? We canceled the contract.
But it was after
I
2
mean,
years.
But again, you're acting as if actions were not taken exactly as the policy said they should be taken, but they were. So that is exactly what was designed to happen, and it happened
It didn't happen right away. It happened
when we found out about the
sometime
data.
later,
Yes.
yeah, a minute before a meeting that was
Sure.
supposed to be on one thing, and we switched it to another for our residents.
Because the data
That
that
does
we,
not build trust and respect.
100%, I'm with you. I don't disagree with you. But again, there are unrealistic expectations about this. So, no, I don't support
So
delaying this.
through the chair, one final thought that I'll put out there is, I hear you, and I completely agree with you, it's never gonna be perfect. I would have just liked to have something, and I have nothing, I have bullet points. And it's a very uncomfortable position for me to be in. That's all.
We delayed this to this meeting so that there would be more time for all that. So, I mean, that's the thing. This body delayed all of our actions on this because we were told if we delayed it, we would be able to resolve it at this meeting.
And unfortunately, it's not ready. She's not ready.
Well, through the chair, I wasn't aware that the signing of the contract was dependent on any amendment to the policy. And we talked about making edits to the policy, but at no time did we ever state up here that we would not approve a contract unless the policy was finalized. There are many instances throughout the years where we have approved contracts while we're still working on policy and editing policy as time goes on. Like Councilmember Johnson said, you know, we're never going to get a perfect policy. All we can do is strive to get the best policy. That's where I stand.
So as far as the,
Before you vote, I'd like to amend my vote and say no.
But, so the mayor can call the question if the discussion is concluded.
Oh, sorry.
is it concluded? Did you say what you had to say?
Yeah. I want to be clear, though, to Chief Emmy, that I do support our police department. I just have a responsibility to represent the folks that elected me to represent them. And what I'm hearing is it's a 70-30 split, and I have to go with the majority of the residents that elected me.
May we have a roll call to the,
So this would be the motion was to amend the
A
agenda.
later time until,
amend the agenda.
So you're either voting to amend the agenda, which would delay the action, or you're voting against that motion, which would retain the existing agenda.
then you would still consider another motion to approve the agenda.
This is a motion to amend the agenda.
All right. Who will
Just call the vote.
Kelly,
okay.
Yes.
Mikulski,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yeah, no.
Polika,
No.
Leaks May.
No. And now do we have to,
Motion to approve the agenda.
a motion to approve the agenda?
I move we approve the agenda as presented.
Support.
Roll call.
Johnson,
Yes?
Polika,
Yes.
Kelly,
No.
Mikulski,
Yes.
Leaks May.
Yes. Okay. We now have a couple of presentations. Item 4A is the 2025 Ferndale Community Foundation and Ferndale Pride Grant Distribution.
So if I could kick that off, Mayor. I am the treasurer of the Ferndale Community Foundation, and Toli Askenazi, and with the chair for the foundation, as well as Shane Matthew with Ferndale Pride, and I are going to be giving out some money tonight.
Good evening. I am Shane Matthew. I am speaking on behalf of Ferndale Pride and Julia Music, who cannot be here tonight. For 15 years, Ferndale Pride has given back to the community. Tonight, we are going to surpass $500,000 in giving with these donations that are coming out. We are giving out to 6 organizations. After our awards have been granted, Ferndale Community Foundation will then award additional grants. All of our funding comes from Pride and our fundraisers that go to Pride, and it's the money that, after we have thrown our huge party, that we can give back to the community. We are asking for people here tonight and at home to help us find sponsors for our Sweet 16, which is 2026. You can visit our website, ferndalepride.com, to sponsor, donate, send us a gift off our wish list. And please join us at Euchre at the Elks, Shrek Trivia, which there are way more movies than I thought there was, and our Psychic Self-Care Night at Boston Tea Room. All of our events are on our website for anything else you're interested in. Tonight's winners of this year's grants are Access, Affirmations Community Center, Transgender Michigan, Transgender Detroit, Gender Identity Network, and Matrix Mac Health. And that's all I have. So I think there are representatives from people in the crowd. Access? You guys can come up and grab them. Access.
We're going to do a big photo.
Affirmations. Maybe. Nope. Transgender Michigan. Transgender Detroit. Gender Identity Network. I didn't. Matrix Mac Health. Nope. Okay. And now Tully's got some words as well from Ferndale Community Foundation.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Toli Ashkenazi, and I'm the current head of the Ferndale Community Foundation. I'm joined on the board by Greg Pollica, Daniel Martin, Sharon Chess, Judy Palmer, Dennis Whitey, and Jeannie Davis. The Ferndale Community Foundation is a volunteer-driven organization committed to strengthening the quality of life in the city of Ferndale. We proudly support the people and organizations that make this community vibrant, inclusive, and resilient by raising funds and awarding grants to local nonprofits and civic partners. Since our founding, the foundation has invested more than close to $500,000 in projects that advance education, public art, healthcare, initiatives that celebrate diversity and inclusiveness. These investments represent more than financial support. They reflect our shared belief in the power of community-led ideas to create meaningful and lasting impact. In addition, the foundation is honored to present Ferndale Pride each year and serve as a trusted fiduciary for a number of organizations working to better our city. Together, we're not just funding projects. We're investing in our neighbors, our shared values, and the future of Ferndale. Thank you for helping build a stronger community, one idea at a time. Today, we have some recipients of grants, and we will start that list if I was a little bit more ready. All right. First, we have the Renaissance Vendor Food Pantry. We are granting their program to expand their pantry and systems to support it. All right. Next up is Ferncare, and we are supporting their radiology diagnostics. Next up is Detroit Hives. We're funding their People and Pollinators project. Next up is the Ferndale Community Concert Band. Michigan State could not join us, but they're expanding their play labs at the schools. Next is the Motor City Possum Rescue. And we're funding their Rescue and Rehabilitation Community Education Initiative. right. Next up is the Friends of the Ferndale Library, and we are supporting their Giftmas of 2026. It's Sing Out Detroit, and we are supporting their music library diversification project. And next is the Ferndale Robotics Boosters Corporation. They're new, and we're expanding their. Yes, and one last addition.
So this year, we are actually giving out a gift. They did not request a grant, they did not submit a grant, but this organization has helped the foundation and Ferndale Pride for, since its inception, and that is the Auxiliary Police Department, Ferndale Auxiliary Police Department. They are a nonprofit organization. The auxiliary police do not take a salary. There is actually no budget line item in the Ferndale budget to cover them. All the costs are incurred, are covered by those members. Currently, I believe there's 12 auxiliary police officers, so their uniforms, any equipment, they all purchase that themselves. So I'm very proud that we can give a gift of $1,000 to the auxiliary police department to support them supporting us. So is there someone from?
If we can get all the recipients up just for a quick group photo right in front of the dais, I would appreciate it.
So this is my favorite time of the year, is to be able to give out, just before the holidays, give out money to some great organizations. This year, we've given out over $32,000.
Congratulations to all the recipients. All right. We are moving on to item 4B, which is DPW curbside leaf collection program update and on-street parking enforcement.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Interest of time, I have a brief presentation. On curbside leaf collection, updates and parking enforcement. So in November, Council requested the DPW discuss future program improvements, including parking compliance and enforcement. In addition to that, briefly, I'll provide context on curbside leaf collection program and a review of the season. So in 2025, we made some changes. We started doing weekly collection 6 times, replacing the alternating east-west bi-weekly collection. We completed all service days. That included about 10,350 yards of leaves total collected, using 1,733 total staff hours. We had a higher total volume this year slightly versus lower hours, about 200 surplus hours, meant that we were more efficient, and this year that was important because we were able to use 5 people, 40 hours to do additional snow readiness, which was required last week. So end of season adjustments. DPW completed the final loose leaf collection on 11/26. We had a Monday through Wednesday grace period that we announced. Snow came. Snow for leaf removal is bad. DPW, despite that, cleared the streets. The second week, typically what we do is we follow up with warnings and violations for any leaves that remain. We had snow again. That's even worse. So we weren't able to do a final sweeping the streets because our sweepers are not meant to pick up snow, salt, other debris. And thankfully, less late season snow piles came out because it was freezing and everything was covered in snow. And that also meant that there were no late pile enforcement this year as opposed to last year. So unfortunately, this week is the final week for bagged leaf pickup, but fortunately, you can take up to 10 bags to Sacra without an appointment. So parking enforcement, getting to the meat of the slides. Council requests clarification on current practices and potential improvements. Right now, we have voluntary no on-street parking during service days. We have no enforceable restrictions for leaf collection and or street sweeping, and it's important for street sweeping as well because cars stop our street sweeper from performing quickly and thoroughly. Parked vehicles create similar operational limitations for both of those programs. I highlighted in red and green to kind of see the path of the street sweeper is in green. If there are cars parked on both sides of the street sweeper cannot clean curb to curb, which creates an issue. And it also takes longer for them to move around those vehicles, meaning that it takes longer for them to do the same amount of miles. The red triangles are basically the curve in and out that we have to do with our street sweeping equipment, the vac trailers and the sweeper, which means that we can't get to any of the piles in front of the cars. And again, even doing that, zipping in and out does slow down the program. So quickly, why parked cars matter, specifically for leaves. We have a daily route. We split the city in fifths. We do about 2,000 homes per day using 4 trucks. That's about 500 homes per truck. So if we have 6 hours of leaf service, ideally we have 2 hours time at the end of the day for maintenance. That includes filters, fluids, fuel, cleaning, preventative maintenance, reactive maintenance, and that's important because that's what keeps our trucks on the road. When you're down a truck, it takes you even longer to do the 83 homes per hour, which is the pace that each truck has to be at per day, roughly. Parked cars, they just add time. If 25% of the homes have cars blocking the curb, that creates about 125 delayed homes. If those homes add about 1.5 minutes per delayed home, and they tend to, that adds a total add of time of 187.5 minutes, which is 3 hours and 8 minutes, which means that each day it takes a little over 9 hours to just provide leaf collection service. So there's an impact on the schedule. When parked cars delays occur, service time grows, maintenance time is reduced, that increases the risk of equipment downtime. Weekly schedule becomes difficult to manage and complete, and that's even more true for greater peak weeks. And we are, as we're doing more and more 6 times a year weekly service, we do get closer to our capacity, which is where this kind of comes into play. So again, small delays at the curb increase the time needed to provide service, and it decreases time spent on maintenance. Both are critical for consistently providing quality weekly service. So looking ahead, we proved this year that weekly service is achievable. We met that standard. That is a good plan. So in 2026, that will be good timing for no parking signage and enforcement. DPW is planning for alignment of sweeping and leaf collection schedules because that's a key piece of this puzzle. DPW, police, and City Hall will need to work collaboratively on plans for collection, signage, and enforcement to roll this out by fall with council feedback. And that's the quick explanation of everything. If there's any questions or comments, I would be happy to answer them.
I just want to thank you and the team at DPW for, turning this around really quickly. I know we just asked this question at the last council meeting, so I appreciate the hard work that went into coming up with a plan and providing this information. I think it's going to be really important to make sure that, and I think this is going to be helpful too when it comes to snow. If we do have to do residential plowing, it's very, very difficult if people are not abiding by the snow emergency rules and things like that. And so, I've gotten a few emails recently from residents that are like, hey, my leaves didn't get picked up, and what it looks like it was is there were just too many cars on the street, and the suck truck couldn't couldn't get to where the leaves had been placed, and so it was just sort of like, well, maybe move them up a little bit and try to figure it out that way. But yeah, I think this is going to be I think this will be helpful. My street in particular, it's a good example of a lot of my neighbors don't really pay attention to street sweeping day. And so we have big chunks of our street where like the storm drains are still blocking because what would normally get removed off the street isn't in some parts. And I'm on drain duty. I'm one of the drain captains for the block. And so I have to go out during the rainstorm and like with one of my other neighbors and help clear out the drain.
Yeah,
and I would like to not do that. I would like to not have to do that if I
Definitely
could.
appreciate that. Yeah.
Well, don't thank me. But I think this will be really great.
Through the chair. Yeah, I understand the whole drain thing. I have one right in front of my house, so I feel like I'm the owner of the drain. So this year, I noticed that we were doing leaf pickup the day before trash pickup. That's the intention next year?
Well, so that's something that we are discussing internally. We could swap trash routes to accommodate for our street sweeping and our leaf collection. Part of the reason that we did it this way is we didn't want to leave our heaviest day on Friday. And if we went the day after trash, that would have happened. We also thought about residents are pretty good at getting trash cans out the day of trash pickup. To some extent, cans do linger more than a day afterwards, so we also didn't want to deal with cans in the road in the leaf piles.
Yeah, because one thing I do know, and I agree with you, there's a lot of people that don't, pick up or don't return their cans until the weekend. One thing that I noticed, though, is generally after trash day is not all trash sometimes gets picked up, or some trash is left in the bottom of the bins, and then when the bins are tossed, then it comes out, and there's, debris then for the next week. But I do understand why it would make more sense to do it the day before, especially leaf pickup, because then you don't have to worry about the trucks having to deal with, huge piles of leaves to drive around while they're picking up garbage, on garbage day. So, okay, thank you.
Other questions regarding presentation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
All right. Well, here we are, item 4C. To honor the public service recognition for outgoing council member Greg Pollica. I don't know who's starting this. Who's starting this?
That would be, you have the resolutions.
Okay, well,
We
you have a lot of
we have
hardware
two beautiful
here.
resolutions, one locally and one from the state, as well as an award to recognize Greg's years of service.
Okay. Well, Councilmember Pollica. At a regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Ferndale, Oakland County, Michigan, held in council chambers on the 15th day of December, 2025. Did we even support the resolution yet? I'm just going to read it. Greg Pollica began his journey on the Ferndale City Council after his election in November 2013, stepping into office in January 2014. Over the years, he has immersed himself in every facet of Ferndale life, from pensions and city planning to major improvement projects. As council liaison to numerous boards and commissions, and as mayor pro tem, Greg's dedication has made him a go-to source for Ferndale's history and progress. Since moving to Ferndale in 2002, Greg Pollica has been a driving force in local politics. In 2006, he joined a passionate group of residents to champion the successful passage of the Ferndale Human Rights Ordinance. The success of the Human Rights Ordinance led him to serve on various city boards and committees, including the Ferndale Police and Fire Board, the Sidewalk Hardship Committee, the Financial Planning Committee, and the Blue Ribbon Parks Committee. This ultimately led him to run for City Council, a decision that has made a monumental difference in the community. In 2014, Greg spearheaded the creation of a sewer line insurance program, giving residents the power to safeguard their finances as their sewer lines age. Greg has been a well-known advocate for LGBTQIA+ rights in the region and a co-founder of the Ferndale Pride. In 2019, he worked closely with residents, other council members, and the Ferndale Department of Public Works and the Ferndale Downtown Development Authority to create the iconic rainbow crosswalk that shines on 9 Mile Road today. Greg's immense knowledge and passion for the community have made him a pillar of Ferndale City Council. His wisdom and wit will be very missed. Councilmember Polika, I'd like to present you with one of the few pieces of hardware that we have here.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you for all your service. Stay right here. We have a special tribute from our state representative, Helena Scott. A special tribute to honor your nearly 12 years of service. And they wanted you to know how much they appreciated your service as well, from the state of Michigan.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
And now we have one more that I'm not going to pick up, Greg. This is for you. This is too heavy.
Holy
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, you were not joking. Hi, congratulations. I have a larger than a baby. It's heavier than a baby.
Wow. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Not a joke.
Wow.
Good luck getting that home.
Seriously. That is incredible.
And I think that, well, I will leave it up to Councilmember Kelly to explain why we have all these diagrams in front of Greg right now.
Well, just a gift from council members and city manager.
All right. So I don't know if
This is from you?
Yeah, yes, Greg, I did that, believe it or not.
Cheers.
Councilmember Kelly very graciously coordinated the gift giving. So everyone knows your deep passion for sewer lines, gay pride, and Diet Coke. And so you've already done 2 of those, and we wanted to make sure you didn't miss out on this.
Thank you. Yes, it won't go to waste. Trust
No.
me.
And I know that I would like to, if you'd like to say some words first, Councilmember Polika, but we would like to get a picture with you, if you can hold up that thing.
Yep, I will, yep.
Okay. If you'd like to say some words.
Sure. I'm not big on talking about myself. I really am not, especially when you're put on the spot. But it's been an incredible journey being on council for 12 years. It doesn't seem that long when you're at this end of the journey. I've loved every minute, even those times where things were a bit contentious. They always came out with a positive experience in my interactions with people that I might not, always agree with. I know that, we've always respected each other's different opinions. I'm very proud of the work that I've done on council throughout the years. You mentioned some of them, the sewer line backup program. Also, it's usually the small projects that you don't hear about that I think are most impactful or most memorable. One of them being the partnership that we had for a number of years with the state of Michigan. I went to one of our conferences, one of our MML conferences, and I ran into a U of M professor, and we got to talking, and I mentioned to them that, I wish there was some type of program that students could partner with cities to learn not only about government and interacting, but helping government solve some problems. And it wasn't too long after that we started a partnership. And for several years, up until COVID, when the program actually went away, we had a number of successful projects that came out of it. Something else that I'm really fond of is the barrier in front of affirmations. Back in, I don't know if it was 2015 or 2016, there was a big incident in France where this van just plowed through this crowd. And I was, looking at affirmations one day and saw that it's the dead end of, a mile-long street, and thought someone could easily just, ram themselves right through the front door of affirmations. And I'm like, we need some kind of barrier. And it took a few years, but ultimately we got it done. And it's those type of projects where I feel, it may not seem like a big impact, but to me, it was important for my community. And so I just want to thank the community, the voters, the residents for supporting me through the years. I hope that you feel that I've represented you well. Now I'm looking to see what new possibilities are going to be available to me. I'm not going away.
Thank you.
James is available, yeah.
All right. Well, who wants to come up, please? All right. Not gonna hold any of your hardwood? Oh, yeah, okay, grab it. Okay. Okay.
It's gotta be like 15 pounds, if not heavier.
Okay, that way you're not.
With my monument of Diet Coke.
I'll save my dirt for call to council. Just kidding. Nothing like that. All right. All right, we need a motion to approve the resolution recognizing the public service of outgoing Councilmember Greg Polika.
I move we adopt the resolution recognizing the public service of outgoing Councilmember Greg Polika.
Support.
Roll call, please.
Johnson,
Yes.
Mikulski,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Polika,
Yes.
Leaks May.
Yes.
Weird that I'm voting my own resolution.
Thank you for all your years, Greg.
Thank you.
All right. We are now coming to our call to audience, where audience members can make comment on anything on or off the agenda. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and your address, if you'd like. And opening call to audience at 7:55.
Happy holidays, Ferndale Chambers. My name is Devin Hampton. I'm vacating 1793 Channing on Christmas Eve. I wanted to return back up here just to kind of speak on, some of the things that led to my decision. It took me 6 months to recover my PRE money that was due to me. No one here in this building cared. The only people who cared were the wonderful folks at Oakland County Equalization. Thankfully, they were able to assist me before the decisions were made. So I recently closed on my home, and I'm due back some prepaid taxes for next year. And I reached out to our wonderful NGO and wanted AAS, if anyone's curious. I reached out to them to try and get information on when and what the process looks like of getting my prepaid summer taxes back into my hands since my property's closed on. And there's no financial director here. There's no clear pathway to the treasury, so I just kind of came into the office, into the, city building here, and went up to the desk, and, I handed my revocation of my PRE just to make sure that happened, because in Ferndale, a lot of homes are rented out and occupied by tenants and have rental permits, and are still 100% PRE. So I made sure that my revocation of my PRE was put through. And I was given a bunch of misinformation. It happened to be that the rep from AAS was here wandering around your building, and the individual at the desk couldn't answer the question with a degree of intelligence. So he stepped up and said, oh, your prepaid taxes will come in your title and closing proceedings. No, that check is cut directly from the treasury here. So the misinformation coming from the AAS, the new tax assessor, is ridiculous. And it's not fair. They shouldn't be in the building as an NGO without identification, first of all, and then they're just handing out wrong answers. You know, and the other reasons, you know, that's a big factor why I vacated Ferndale, put the property up for sale. The second big factor is the school district I'm in. The feedback on the property was really negative. The school district's bad. Hazel Park Schools, you know, if you're on the east side of Ferndale. That was the major feedback. The other feedback is that the tax rate, the mill rate for Hazel Park Schools is so ridiculous that many people who are at the median or right kind of below the median income of Ferndale couldn't get into the house. It's a $155,000 market value house. It's absolutely sad. So the house went to an investor. This will be another home, a 700 square foot home. It's going to have an inflated rent rate. Someone couldn't afford to buy it. An investor has it. So welcome to the rental economy. And the third reason, and I wanted to keep it really positive, but, and I know I'm out of time, but the third reason is, you know, there's a lot of low-level calls to our wonderful police department in Ferndale. I couldn't imagine cluttering that up more with parking and all this other stuff. I mean, you know, the flock cameras did play a significant role. These guys deal with a lot of junk calls. They do need a little bit of help. So just keep that in consideration. I hope you guys come to a good resolution on that. But that's why I'm vacating Ferndale, and out of the respect for time, I'm all set. So thank you.
Hello. Mayor Leaks May, City Council, outgoing Councilman Pilecki, thank you for your service. My name is Matthew Zadinak. I live at 467 East Marshall Street. I've lived in Ferndale since 2005 when I moved here from out of state. And quite frankly, I'm kind of surprised with the dragging of the feet on the ALPR. I came here today. Forgive me if you've heard my material before, but I came here today to tell you the truth. Hello Kitty is a person. Snowpiercer is the sequel to Willy Wonka. And there's absolutely no Fourth or First Amendment issues with the ALPR technology, how it's currently being used. And that's according to the ACLU and all the courts in the land. I spoke a little bit on Friday about the unintended consequences that could come of this. I am not the expert on that. There's somebody here who could speak better on that, so I don't want to take up any more of my time about personnel because it's not my area of expertise. I will say this, that after listening to the conversations in Chief Emmy's presentation last month and last Friday's meeting, I want to recount to you what my mother told me. I'm the youngest of seven kids. My parents both lived through the Depression. My father fought in World War II. And my mother made it very clear to me before she passed away to give me a message, and I would like to share that with everybody on the council that's going to be voting on this. What my mother said was, there's nothing ideal about your idealism. Let me repeat that. There's nothing ideal about your idealism. There is good and evil in this world, and it doesn't rest in institutions. It rests in every one of us, and you have to find that good in yourself. And I want to live in a progressive city where the city council trusts the police and the police chief more than they do an outside entity. That's the type of city I want to live in. And in closing, I sincerely hope nothing bad comes from not having the cameras that every other city around us has. And should it come to that, I sincerely hope that nobody sitting on this council regrets that decision in perpetuity.
Hi, my name is Rory. I live on Academy. Bought a house here a few years ago, and yeah, this ALPR thing is kind of the first civic issue that I've engaged in while I'm here, and it's been quite an interesting one. Yeah, I mean, I think throughout this process of the past few months, I don't know. I've been really encouraged by seeing all of my, fellow citizens and new friends come out to, speak out about an issue that is actually vitally important, and I would argue is not at all settled. There is a significant amount of debate on this technology happening nationwide, significant scrutiny of the private companies providing this technology and the many ways that they violate their contracts or, just many negative effects that can happen from this surveillance data existing at all. So I wanted to commend council people Mikulski and Kelly for taking this seriously and taking the time to try to get this right. As far as the community feedback goes, like was mentioned earlier, we've had multiple sessions that have gotten changed at the last minute. That includes the one that we just had this past Friday, which was supposed to be an informational session or discussion that allowed back and forth between the community and, folks who would either be making this decision or representing the technology, knowledgeable about the technology, and, able to materially address our concerns. Instead, we got a session where everyone could come up and say their piece for 3 minutes, just like all the other sessions that we've had. So, we didn't get what we were promised, and based on that, I don't know, I think it's just very disrespectful to the community, and I don't know, it just seems purely political to try to rush this vote when we have, it appears to me that the folks most engaged in trying to actually make this policy right are saying that it's too rushed and they haven't had enough time. So, thanks.
Hello. My name is Chris St. John. I live on Albany Street. I also was here last Friday and shared a lot of the same sentiments as Rory. So I'm here tonight in opposition of the use of ALPR devices by our police department in the proposed contract with Axon. As a citizen, I have real concerns that this conversation is moving from whether or not we adopt this technology to what guardrails we put in place. I don't believe that this is an effective use of our city's resources. I believe that these funds would be better suited to be used for community building resources and social aid rather than constant surveillance of its citizens. Oftentimes in this room, the thwarted attack that would have taken place on Halloween in our community has been used as a reasoning for why the police want to adopt this technology. However, it is to my knowledge that in that case, this technology was not used. Additionally, it has been claimed that the data is owned by the Ferndale Police Department and stored on evidence.com, which also happens to be owned by Axon. However, in the state of Michigan, that data is subpoenaable by ICE agents. So in those cases, it really doesn't matter who owns the data. It serves as a way to welcome ICE into our community. I believe I speak for the vast majority of Ferndale residents when I say that's not what we stand for. A state of constant surveillance that allows ICE into our community is not who we are or who I believe our police force should be. I believe that this is less a tool to prevent crime, but more a tool to create criminals. So I please urge you to vote against this proposal. Or at the very least, put it on a ballot and let the community decide. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mike Williams. I live on 9 Mile Road, and I am not quite as calm and collected about this. I'm actually quite angry. We've had 3 town halls where we've had overwhelmingly negative evidence. You guys couldn't even bother to be there Friday. You weren't there to hear that it was 42 to 3 in the room, right? That's a big deal. We don't punt council business, but this isn't just regular council business. This isn't whether we have green or yellow parking meters. This is about a 5-year contract about the rights of our citizens. And it's kind of offensive to hear you be so, like, Mr. Johnson, so, like, contrite about it, right? Like, Mr. Pavlica, I sent you 5 messages from September till now asking to speak to you about this issue, and you flat out ignored me. I even, in my last message, asked you if there was a better way to communicate with you that you preferred to get your attention. And here you sit, making a controversial vote, saying this is regular council business, we don't punt. Well, I'm pissed. I'm a citizen of this city whose rights are about to be taken away. And I don't think it's just like this small thing that's going to be brushed over and it's regular council business. I think that you guys need to pay attention to the fact that there is an overwhelmingly negative public response to this. And it is like just inappropriate to act like that isn't the case when it has happened in 3 separate meetings. The 3 times you've asked for our opinion, which you're now considering ignoring, the 3 times you've asked for our opinion, it's been overwhelmingly clear. And so what more is what more is there for the public to say to you then? Please do not ignore our voices. Because if you do, it only takes 100 signatures to make a ballot issue about amending the ALPR policy to just take this technology away, instead of having a conversation over time where we could maybe have a more appropriate conversation about it. So if you force us to make it a ballot issue, the citizens will make it a ballot issue, but then we're forced to just make it a yes or no instead of just having an intelligent conversation over time, where we would like to be involved in our community policing, because we are the community that give you power. Please don't take our power away. Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Simon Cohen. I live at 954 West Marshall Street. I'm angry and I'm disappointed. I would like to discuss some comments made by Councilman Donnie Johnson last meeting. I will quote here. We can try to address the root causes of crime all day, and I'm willing to do it. But I agree with you, Chief. We don't have the resources to do that, and the reality is it's not really arising from our community. I think it's pretty clear from the councilman's actions that he is unwilling to address the root causes of crime all day. I don't think you want to address crime. I think you want to shut us up. I think we annoy you. I think you sit there and listen to us get upset at the things that you vote for, and you say, we don't have the resources to do that. You sit there while we try to negotiate unchecked police power in the city, and you agree with you, Chief, we don't have the resources to do that, like we aren't watching you try to force a vote to approve giving them more money. We don't have our hands on the levers of power here. Mr. Johnson, you do. You can address the root causes of crime. You don't want to. You don't take us seriously when we ask for it. If you think the root causes of crime is that the police doesn't have enough pictures of my license plates, I don't know what to tell you. How many times did you ask the police what steps we can take to make sure we don't have more near-miss accidents that turn into road rage shootings? How many times have you asked the police review board to complete their mandatory racial impact study? How many times have you asked the police why the demographics of the people they arrest don't look like the demographics of the residents of Ferndale? It seems like when you think about harm in Ferndale, you think it's not really arising from our community. There are only so many other places you could mean by that. And something tells me you don't mean people are coming down to little Ferndale from Birmingham or Royal Oak to cause trouble. I think you look at people who are different from us, maybe a little poorer than us, different than you, maybe they live across 8 Mile, and you see the other, and you want to protect Ferndale from people you think are criminals. When was the last time you looked at landlords price gouging tenants in your city despite running on a housing platform? Or stood up for union workers who got fired for striking, or restaurant and domestic workers who work here, serve us burgers and wash our floors, but can't afford to live here because you don't think that the way they're treated is a crime. 1 out of every 7 arrests this year was for driving with a suspended license. Do you think people just love driving with a suspended license because it's simply too good? What have you done to make sure that no one who lives here feels the need to break the law to get to work? This ALPR contract is 50% of what we pay for buses. When you say stuff like this, Mr. Johnson, we hear you. We get the message loud and clear. Most people don't want this.
Thank you. Thank you, Simon.
Hi, my name is Dan Masolia. I live at 851 Silman. I'm here to join other residents in saying that we want an end not only to the consideration of the Axon contract, but an end to the use of ALPRs completely. A sentiment I've heard echoed in all these meetings, but thankfully I haven't heard tonight, is that this sort of surveillance technology is coming whether we want it or not. This defeatist attitude has no place in serious politics. I am particularly disappointed to hear this sentiment from our elected leaders. As our country sinks further into fascism, we cannot afford to have leaders who are cowards that will just roll over and accept simply whatever because they think it is inevitable. We need leaders who will bravely stand against fascist surveillance. As many have stated, this process feels rushed and undemocratic. Even a few ALPR supporters stated as such at Friday's meeting. ALPRs are clearly a contested issue among both our leaders and our public. Many questions about our concerns have been met with answers that were unsatisfactory or even downright untruthful. When asked who owns evidence.com, the gold standard, police and even one Axon representative said they didn't know. There is an Axon logo on the evidence.com homepage. Was this answer the result of deceit or incompetence? We also have an incoming council member who opposes ALPRs, and don't even get me started on having a community engagement meeting on a Friday night. This process has damaged public trust. I don't think it's too late to repair that damage, though. There could be more engagement, as some of our council people have suggested, and I appreciate that. Wait until the new council person chosen by the people has the opportunity to make their vote, or even this could be a ballot measure that we vote on. While I can appreciate the cancellation of the flock contract and even some of the efforts to mitigate the risks of ALPRs, I really don't think they are enough. I'm not convinced ALPRs are a safe technology. We've been told over and over again that this isn't new technology, but why is there so little data showing their effectiveness? In fact, any solid data on them that has been presented at these meetings shows the opposite. All the companies who we could contract with have proven themselves unworthy of trust, including Axon. I again bring up the 9 of 12 members of their ethics board who resigned simultaneously because they had no faith in the company's ability to behave ethically. They've also been sued by multiple local governments. Contracting with these companies is inviting foxes into the henhouse. It's enabling one group of criminals in order to supposedly stop others. I will conclude with a point I made at Friday's meeting. The arrest and incarcerate model of crime prevention has been long discredited. Why is a city government of a progressive city like Ferndale still following it? Should we also teach the sun revolves around the earth in our schools? The kinds of crimes most often prosecuted are the result of lacking. People steal food because they need it. People with mental health issues act out because they don't have access to health care. The most effective crime prevention is the fulfillment of people's needs. Why don't we invest more in that? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chris Gilmer Hill. I'm a lifelong Detroit resident on Lowell Drive, just across 8 Mile from here. I know I've spoken here before on this issue at the previous council meeting, so I want to make 2 points today. Firstly, I want to address some of the specifics of the contract language and explain to you why you should feel comfortable saying no to the contract that's before you. But I also want to talk a bit about what I think are some pretty problematic thoughts behind a lot of the thrust here, behind the urgency, behind everything that's happening. Firstly, with regards to the language, I'm glad now that everybody agrees that what happened with Flock is unacceptable. I think it took too long to get there, but I appreciate that we all got there. And I think that because we all agree that that was unacceptable, we need real guarantees that that won't happen again. To be clear, we are at the fool me twice point. We can understand that, yes, we may have trusted that contract language before, but we can't trust that same language again. Now, last meeting, when we had the opportunity to raise concerns, when several council members asked questions of Axon representatives, the answer that we got for why this is different is that you own your data. We heard that phrase over and over. And I want to read to you from the Flock Safety Agreement. Their current privacy policy says, quote, customer data is owned by the customer and only shared as directed by the customer, period. Their privacy policy says, quote, customer data is securely stored, transmitted, and deleted, and any law enforcement access is contingent on authorized use, period. We know that was a lie. We cannot trust that same language again. There is no reason to think that the same thing won't happen again unless something meaningful changes, and nothing meaningful has changed. So this council should be comfortable saying no. This council should not be rushing through to make the same mistake that was made before. We can understand that we didn't have all the information before. We have the information now. I'd also like to address some of the thinking behind these license plates, or these license plate readers. Now, last meeting, we saw a presentation from the police department, including some of the changes that they want to see. And as I noted in my previous comment, they pointed out that they had previously placed a large number of cameras along all the side streets leading towards 8 Mile, leading towards Detroit, and those are the ones that they found to be the least effective. Those are the ones that they got rid of. Now, I think that we should have a conversation about why they put those there in the first place. But I would have been fine letting that just be, a positive change, if not for the fact that later in that same meeting, after we had our chance to give comment, Councilmember Johnson said the crime isn't coming from our community. I think it's unacceptable for that to be the thought process behind rushing into this decision. I think it's an unacceptable thing to hear from a city council dais. As a black person who's lived next to Oakland County my entire life, I know exactly what it means when a white person in Oakland County says that about my community, and I do not appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Cindy Russ. I live on 300 East Saratoga Street in Ferndale. I have been a resident of Ferndale for 25 years, and this is the first time I've ever spoken at a city council meeting. But I just have to say this. 3 years ago, we had a family member that was murdered in a small town in Maryland. And the ALPR provided key evidence that aided in the conviction of this murderer. And unless you have experienced this kind of tragedy, it's hard to appreciate the value that this technology plays in aiding law enforcement to do their job. Does this concern of potential misuse outweigh the value of it? That's what I have to ask. And we live in an age of technology. We are a digitalized society, and privacy in public doesn't exist. I trust the people that we have elected to make these decisions, and I trust the people that are paid to protect us. And I support ALPRs.
Hi, my name is Savannah. I live at 2147 Shevlin Street. A lot of my friends and community members have said a lot of the things that I feel about ALPR, which is that I am pretty adamantly against it. Just to touch on a few things that haven't been talked about, I feel like there's been a lot of prioritizing protecting property over people. That's how it's felt a lot in terms of how people talk about ALPR. And I don't think that surveillance makes people safer. It might protect your property from damage. I don't think it makes people feel safe or makes them safer. There's been a lot of defeatist attitude too about how this is inevitable technology and that it's kind of human nature and we have to work within human nature and accept that we have to protect against people because people will commit crimes. I think it's a super despairing and hopeless attitude, and it denies all the examples we see, so many examples of people taking care of each other when they have the resources to do so, and sometimes even when they do not, when they're not being pitted against each other because of capitalism. And I think ALPR cameras, just like Ring cameras, allow people to lean deeper into their sense of distrust for each other instead of allowing people to build community and create safety with each other. So I guess, yeah, in conclusion, I don't support ALPRs, and I would urge you to listen to all of us who keep showing up. This isn't what we want to spend our time doing, I promise. This isn't fun. This isn't what I would love to be home with my cat eating takeout. But I'm here because this is important to me, and I will show up at every meeting. But just sorry, I'm a little bit disorganized. But I think that this money, or just any, like, funding surveillance is not how we keep us safe. Funding community programs, funding community resources that address the actual needs that cause people to commit crimes. For example, libraries, which I just accepted money for the Friends. That's what I think is more important and is what we should be spending our resources on. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Molly Rickmer, and I live on Albany Street. My partner and I just bought a home in Ferndale in January of 2025, and the city council meetings regarding Axon ALPR have been my unfortunate initiation into Ferndale local politics. I know I'm echoing many others when I say that I'm extremely disappointed with the way this process has gone. I personally do not want ALPR cameras in my community. I stood up at the community meeting on Friday and gave my reasons, which include questions about the overall efficacy of the tech, as well as concerns about mass surveillance and its negative impacts on already marginalized people. Hopefully, you have read all the comments we made and taken them to heart. So many people have stood up and made very passionate and eloquent arguments over the last few weeks. So what I really want to get across to you today is this. Both sides have said their piece, and both sides have expressed anger and disappointment in the way this contract has been pushed forward. I will ask you plainly, what is your rush? I really want you to think about the message that this is sending to the Ferndale public. If you truly serve the will of the people, I urge you to listen to what we're saying and slow things down. I am personally adamantly against ALPRs, but I'm not the only person in Ferndale. If my fellow residents, once they have been adequately informed of the pros and cons of this system, express an overwhelming demand for these cameras to be installed, I can live with that. What I can't live with is a city council that pushes through its own agenda without regard to the legitimate concerns of their constituents. I would also say, in response to Councilmember Johnson's remarks earlier, that this conversation has been going on for 3 years. Ferndale is not a static community. And I think somebody who moved here yesterday has just as much of a right to get up and say that they're against this than somebody who's lived here for 30 years. I think you represent those people too. And I just want to ask you, why did you run for your seat? Did you do it for your career? Did you do it for your ego? Or did you do it to support your community? Thank you.
Sorry for bringing my laptop. I didn't have time to print nothing off my own. All right. 1 second. Christopher Hall, 1845 Symes. I want to start by saying that I support Ferndale moving forward with the ALPR technology. I see that this is a practical tool that, when governed by clear policy and strong safeguards, can help officers respond more quickly in time-sensitive situations, stolen vehicles, and missing persons, where Every minute matters. Having real-time information helps officers do their jobs more effectively while staying focused on serving the people of Ferndale. For the ALPR discussion that happened this past Friday, the city held a community meeting and brought in an impartial moderator to help with the conversation, giving participants 3.5 hours after the meeting to give input in a Google form for feedback and questions is straight up ridiculous. Like Councilmember McCulsey and Kelly stated, we need more time to review. In my research, bringing in a moderator like this typically costs anywhere from a few $1,000s to over $10,000, depending on the scope. Those costs, I am assuming, comes out of the general fund, and I think it is important to recognize due to our budget issues in the next 2 years, we're going to be in the red soon. I understand that some residents would like to see this issue be placed on the ballot. I do not believe that this is the best approach and does not make any sense. Making this ballot issue requires significant staff time to draft legally compliant language, coordinate reviews, meet state deadlines, on top of the cost on holding a special election, which is around, based on the Headley, was around $33,000. And those funds actually come out of the general fund. It is also important to look at participation so far. The community meeting had around 44 participants out of 19,000 residents. While I appreciate everyone who showed up and engaged, the level of turnout does not represent the broader community or indicate clear consensus on either side. During that community meeting, some participants stated that, again, they want on the ballot. I think I already just said that. I think this is really, really important. If we go down this path, like McCulsky and Kelly said, we want to make sure that the language is correct. Everything is done to our best of our ability, because what I do not want is anyone in the city to end up like someone who just got let go in Royal Oak. And I think everyone can say that on that stage, and everyone in this room can state that. And everyone in the audience, I love your energy. I think everything is great, but keep the energy up and hold people like our state reps and our senators accountable when we want revenue share in our city. Yeah. That's all I have.
Mara Livesey, apologies. Daycare crud turned into laryngitis, so I'm going to make it through as best as I can. I'm here to reiterate what others have already said before me. The process has felt rushed, has lacked transparency, largely has lacked accountability, and it seems any real meaningful reflection on what you've heard from your community. From canceling the flock contract just a few short weeks ago until now, I do not feel like we've really had enough time to hear everyone's thoughts beyond, for the 43 of 19,000 people who live here. Important decisions like these that impact the community, everyone who visits our community, or who passes through our community should be made carefully. And rushing this decision makes it seem like council is trying to subvert the will of the people before new council members are sworn in. I think Councilmember Johnson tonight, when he indicated that the vote would be dead if it were delayed until January, kind of proves that point, right? So I think the right choice is to delay this vote so that you can think more on the decision, perfect language, don't rush it. Let's make something, if not perfect, at least something that everyone can come to an agreement on. And delaying the decision will lead to greater transparency and community trust. It will also allow the police to do what they should have already done, but have not done yet, which is present compelling data that shows the efficacy of these cameras beyond just anecdotal stories that touch our hearts. Did the number of cases solved per year increase during the flock contract? Were cases that used ALPRs solved more quickly than those that didn't? Chief Emmy said that after years in his profession, which I can respect, he knows when something is working. I'm a professor, and I have feelings about whether methods I use work too. But when I choose those methods, or stop using those methods, it's based on evidence and research and real data. Your decision should be too.
Hi, my name is Peggy Harp. I live on West Saratoga. And I'm just so, first of all, I want to thank Councilperson Kelly and Mikulski for listening to the people, whether it's even when it goes against their own personal beliefs or feelings, which is really the name of the job. And it's really sad that there's only 2 people up here that seem to do that. But I appreciate y'all. So, you know, yeah, we've talked about this for 3 years and we still haven't been listened to. You know, 70% of the people have, you know, expressed that they do not want this technology. You know, we ask for third-party data to show that ALPRs work, and we get data from Flock. We've asked for thoughtful conversations that explore the nuances of safety and civil rights with experts such as the ACLU, and we get a paternal answer of we've talked to them and we're following the rules. The majority of people who come to the city council meetings and town halls are opposed to mass surveillance. 90 people have sent letters to city council saying no to ALPRs. 200 Ferndale residents signed a Google form saying no to mass surveillance. And then we are told that citizens who are for ALPRs send emails or talk in private, like to discount, you know, the energy and the numbers that we bring. And they're afraid to come to these meetings because we might attack them. I'm really not sure why people are so afraid. I don't know, have any of y'all attacked anybody? They're really fearful. So, you know, Congressperson Kelly talked about the 70-30, and, you know, we did a FOIA research shows that 60% of the emails regarding ALPRs sent to Donnie between September 29th to November 24th are not in favor of Flock, Axon, or any other ALPR. The 40% of those are business owners. And we were told all the police that all the police departments use this technology, but, you know, we come up here all the time and tell you that, you know, cities after city is leaving this technology. So finally, our last conversation on Friday was another 70-30, and we don't want this, and it's your job to respect us. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dia Nuxall. I live on 954 West Marshall Street. I've lived in Ferndale about 5 years ago. I bought a house here. I spent the last 5 years trying to convince all my friends in the area that they should live in Ferndale because it's a great place to live. I'm against ALPRs. I'm going to get that out of the way. I'm going to say it and then move on, take a little break from talking about ALPRs, talk about my job. I'm an engineer, and when something goes wrong in the automotive industry, it is the engineer's job to go back and understand systemically what got us there. Detection is not enough. If I was to say, okay, there was this recall, let's switch suppliers with the same design, that would get me fired. It would get me fired. Given that, I'm a little concerned with the sort of blasé approach to let's switch vendors, keep everything else basically the same, not amend our city surveillance policies, and just hope that it's better. I also disagree with the idea that everything went as it should have. I think, personally, I believe what should have happened is CBP should have never accessed our city's data without our knowledge. That makes me upset that it happened. And as far as timeline, it has been rushed. I know that we're saying that it's been 3 years, but what has changed as far as Ferndale's relationship with ALPRs in the last 6 months has been huge. In May, CBP and other federal agencies were able to access our data. On September 29th, we found out that 5 months prior, CBP had accessed our data. A month and a half after that, the Flock contract was canceled. And at that community conversation, Chief Emmy said there was going to be ongoing community conversations as alternate vendors were sourced. We were going to look at policies, et cetera. 11 days later, the Axon contract was posed for a vote. 2 weeks after that, the 12th, last Friday, there was a community conversation. We had 3 hours after that conversation to submit a Google form with feedback. I believe at that conversation, the facilitator said that she had 48 hours to compile a report, which means you guys have had it for like maybe 24 hours. So no concrete changes. There haven't been time for any. And tonight, the Axon contract is being brought back up for a vote. It's been 1 month since we canceled our contract with Flock. It was 4 months before we figured out CBP had accessed our data. Just first kind of scale of time that we're talking about. I think it's clear to me that this is being rushed. I think it's clear to everyone that it's being rushed. Work shouldn't be stopped for a new council, but it shouldn't be rushed either. And that's clearly what's happening. It's clear to me at this point that the Flock contract cancellation was an attempt to save face and a mechanism for the city to wash its hands of any responsibility in what happened in May, and not do any due diligence to prevent reoccurrence, just chalking it up to a bad actor. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Terhar. I live on Meadowdale Street. I've been up here many times talking about ALPRs. I think you all know I'm against them, and I continue to feel that way. So I want to talk about a few other things tonight. First, I do want to say thank you to council members Kelly and Mikulski. I appreciate your efforts to listen to your constituents, and I appreciate all the work you did this weekend, Councilperson Mikulski. Someone mentioned, you know, we haven't really heard from that many community members proportionally, which is correct. I will also say part of my job is community engagement. And honestly, this is a lot of community engagement. Community doesn't engage a lot on these things. Getting 40-some people to show up on a Friday night with almost no notice is actually a lot of community engagement. It tells me that people care about this. They care about this a lot. We have been having this conversation for a long time because people care about this a lot. They're willing to engage. People are showing up. They want to have these hard conversations about what safety looks like in Ferndale. And frankly, I think it's absolutely offensive that this gets continued to be rushed. We have this meeting and then we're like, check a box, we did it, we gave you what you wanted. No, people want authentic conversation about this. We should have time to digest the report from that meeting, and we should see what you've been able to put together. I appreciate you doing that, but now I'm basically just being told, take your word for it. That doesn't feel right to me either. So yeah, we're showing up. I have a toddler at home. I would love to be decorating a Christmas tree with her, but I'm here tonight because I care about this and because I want her to live in a world with real safety and real community, not a surveillance state. Thank you.
Paul Collum, East Breckenridge Street. I do want to thank the members that have engaged in conversation with the community. And I also want to be fair in saying that the 5 of you, and also Chief, have been put in a hard spot. And you've been put in a hard spot because this country, our state leaders, Congress, does not have adequate laws regarding the usage of ALPRs. There hasn't been a significant court case regarding this technology. There are virtually no state laws regarding this technology. It is a hard battle, and Fourth Amendments don't cease when you leave the house, when you go out in public. They're constitutionally protected rights. That being said, the ACLU's position is, barring the fact that there are no laws, refusing to procure license plate reader systems is a first line of defense in protecting drivers' privacy. In our society, it is a core principle that government does not invade people's privacy and collect information about innocent activities just in case they commit a crime. The ACLU's position is to vote no on this contract. Thank you.
My name is Prasad Venugopal, 1425 West Troy Street. Been here for those 3 years talking about this stuff. I always run out of time, so I'll go straight to it. People are being harmed by this technology. It has been used to target immigrants. And until July 10th, I was one. I have tasted that fear in my mouth when they were picking people up who were pro-Palestinian, who spoke in support of the Palestinians. And you all know I did it right here with the Ferndale Palestine Solidarity Coalition. So I have lived that fear. And these license plate readers have been used to track and arrest people just for speaking out in support of Palestinians. This use of this technology does not promote public and community safety. It promotes a false sense of security. There is not a single study, independent study, that shows that it either reduces crime, or actually not even a single study that shows that it helps solve crime. These technologies contribute to an increasing militarization of policing in our communities and reduces local community power and control. You know, today it's ALPRs, but there are other cities around who have bought militarized drones, shot spotter technology, who have bought armored cars. If anyone remembers what happened when Michael Brown was killed and Black Lives Matter erupted, the protests erupted, there were armored cars in the street, to go against those protesters. These technologies are accelerating at a breakneck speed with unpredictable impacts. So you know those Axon body cameras? Well, now Axon is going to do facial recognition on them in Canada, and if that works, they're going to bring it into the United States. Have you thought about that? I bet not, because it hasn't happened yet, but it is going to. I understand that it is hard to know whether 3 people or 300 people are going to show up at a meeting to talk about an issue. But even if there was nobody here to talk about ALPRs, the city has a history and a set of values that should guide it. Our strategic planning says that proactive, responsive, inclusive, and equitable public safety is foundational to community health. This is not any of those. Our surveillance policy says that the protection of civil liberties and privacy is paramount to any of the surveillance technologies that we use. We have not had that conversation here because we can't. We need people who are experts to come and talk to us about it. And for 3 years, Donnie, we have you and no one else has called those civil liberties and privacy experts to these meetings to have a conversation with council or with the community. And finally, we have the anti-racism resolution that we took in 2020. Racial impact assessment, not done. Multi-jurisdictional agreement review, not done. Putting the community first and checking on racial equity and racial justice issues, not done. But with a police department that has had an ACLU report, profiling report written against it, and a Council of American Islamic Relations Michigan report written against it from the past few years for over-policing the black community that is to our south, I think we deserve a better conversation than just saying, we're going to vote for this and we're going to put it in place. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm not going anywhere. I'm living here, and I'm going to be back if you vote for this, because I know that 2 years from now, we'll be back at the same point, showing how people have been harmed by this technology.
Hello there, I'm Chris McLonis. I live at 634 East Marshall, just east of Hilton, near the railroad tracks. I'm the chair of the Ferndale Area Democrats. I'm also an officer in the union at my workplace. And I have been part of contract negotiations. And we have never experienced a contract negotiation where both sides accepted and said, we'll work out the other points. We're just going to accept the contract, and then we're going to, whittle away at all the other things and get those all to line up. So I really respect Laura, Councilwoman Mikulski, for all the work you've done over the weekend. It's not easy. I think of some other things that have come up. It's been pointed out that the data that would be collected can be subpoenaed by many organizations, such as ICE, which we all worry about these days. The contract of Exxon, it states many things, but it also states that it can change the terms of its contract pretty much when it feels like it. In other words, they don't go back to the negotiating table with us. At my workplace, we've sometimes had contract openers if there's a really big issue that both sides agree need to be worked on. We've very rarely done that because it opens up a whole can of worms. So those are my 3 points. Everyone else has expressed so many other wonderful points. I am opposed to the technology for many of the reasons that others have given. Thank you.
Mayor and council members. My name is Mia Peroni. I live on 408 East Camborne Street. I have never spoken at a city council meeting and was not in any way prepared to speak at this one until I heard what was happening with the ALPR system. I do appreciate everyone who, as well as myself, I appreciate the concern for the racial profiling, as well as ICE and all of the other concerns that were brought up today. But I do have to share some facts with you from my own personal experience. My daughter was a state trooper in Colorado, currently a police officer in New Mexico, and transferring to Texas at the end of the year. Maybe I'm biased, but I hear what she goes through on a daily basis and appreciate the technology systems such as APLR, which helps her as a police officer keep her safe, the residents safe, as well as the entire police department. There may be no significant court cases, but I tell you this, the APLR system is effective in a court of law in which she has to testify often. And it does solve cases. I hear it every day from her. I don't know, I'm a layman in the systems. Maybe this isn't the best one. I really have no idea. Maybe we should go back and look at different systems. But I will also say, in this volatile political climate, I think we should entrust in our police chief and our police department for the need of such technology. Someone spoke about 70% of the people are opposed to the ALPR system. I'm not sure where this data comes from because I wasn't sure. I sure wasn't part of that percentage. I also want to just remind everybody that the mayor and the council members, as well as the chief, are elected officials. So if y'all feel differently, then maybe feel differently when you elect these officials into office. Perhaps this should be on a ballot. Maybe that is the answer. Because I have to be honest with you, I own my own business, I work quite a lot. I heard a little bit about this, but I was not very aware of what was going on. I know my time is up and I'll just be really brief. I just thank every single one of you, mayor and council, for all that you do for this community and all that you will continue to do, as well as the chief and the police department. Thank you.
Hello, this is my first time doing this, and I'm very nervous, so just getting that out of the way. Against ALPR, this is the legacy of Dick Cheney, and I want you guys to know that. He would have voted for this.
Oh, Dennis Augustin, 1550 Spencer. I was, 43 years ago, I was in Europe. Okay, and this ALPR stuff, I don't know if that's what they called it back then, but it worked in that. And, because they got people who were driving illegally, the Europeans, the Germans, and the French and that. And these are all places where when I was in the military, we were stationed at. And anyways, it does work. And whether they voted to put this stuff into to work and that, I don't know. But I would say, you know, let's hear what the people got to say about this. Let's vote on it, and that, and whether we like it or whether we don't, well, you know, that's going to be something that's going to be said later on, you know. But I'm all for this because it catches bad people and those who are speeding, you know, and all that stuff. But, you know, technology is here. We got cameras every morning that give our traffic reports, okay? We got people in the news, people reporting the news, and they're talking about these porch pirates that are coming in, you know? That technology of cameras is here, okay? And like I said, I would be all for, you know, maintaining this ALPR, but let's leave it up to the people, you know. Let's let them vote and see what they got to say, you know, because first time I ever drove in a roundabout was over in Europe. And guess what we got here? Roundabouts. And now, in the past couple of weeks, people are talking about how dangerous they are and how many accidents they've been in on these roundabouts. And the worst one has been 18 mile in Van Dyke. And but I mean, there's no perfect cure. There's no perfect remedy. But, you know, let's just take and put this to the vote. And let's see what the people got to say about all this stuff here. Me, I'm all for it.
Hi, Stephen Kuzmanovich, 2037 Livernois, 27-year resident. I support the ALPR technology, and I support our police chief and our police department. Personally, I don't have warrants. I'm not driving a stolen vehicle. I haven't committed a crime. I don't care if my license plate is photographed 1,000 times a day. Because if you go anywhere else, it's all over the place. Royal Oak, Ferndale, Royal Oak, Madison Heights, Farmington Hills, Southfield. You go into Lowe's parking lot. There's 5 in that parking lot alone at 12 Mile and John R. because they got sick of the theft, okay? So I think the positives of this technology far outweigh the negatives. And I'm not afraid of the surveillance. In fact, if you go by my house, I got 5 cameras on the outside of my house. And if you're trying to harm me or damage my property, I'm going to know about it. Thank you.
All right. Any more call to audience? Okay. Closing call to audience at 8:55. And we are going to, we don't have a public hearing or consent agenda, so regular agenda. We are going to item 8A, payment in lieu of taxes pilot, resolution and community benefits agreements for 1200 West 9 Mile Road.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. If I could get the password. Thank you, James. All right, tonight's discussion and action item for council is 1200 West 9 Mile Road pilot request. Included in the action item is a resolution to establish a tax exemption and pilot program, which includes annual payments to the city. It also includes a restrictive covenant, which restricts housing costs to 100% attainable housing over 15 years. And this is a range from 80% AMI to 120% AMI. It also includes a community benefits agreement, which provides $300,000 plus incentives to the city and residents. So this is the project location just west of Pinecrest and Savvy Sliders here, on 9 Mile and east of Central Street, and a couple blocks south of Gary Park. This is the existing site today, and this is what is proposed. An aerial view showing parking, an isometric view looking northwest, southwest, southeast, and northeast. A little bit of history. Planning Commission approved the site plan in December of 2022. Council approved the establishment of an NEZ back in March of 24. The establishment of the NEZ, the Neighborhood Enterprise Zone, was predicated upon successful MISHDA and ARPA grant funding. Funds have ran out, which leaves the developer with a gap of $4,334,218. With this gap, the developer came and met with the Incentive Review Committee to discuss another agreement under the pilot program. The Incentive Review Committee and the developer reached a new agreement under the program on October 13th of 25. And this lowered that gap down to $145,739. And that is if that agreement is approved here tonight. So just a little bit of background of what a pilot is. It enables governments and developers to partner together to address local workforce housing needs. Provides reduced annual tax bill for projects that develop attainable housing. Only eligible while affordable rates are maintained, and in this case, it'll be 15 years that this agreement would last. And the city receives a percent share of developer revenue on rents. In this case, it's 3%, and plus $25,000 with an annual 3% increase. I want to provide a side-by-side comparable of what was approved in the NEZ proposal, which is as opposed to what's being considered tonight. Under the pilot proposal, 56 or 100% of the units will be attainable, which is 16 at 80% AMI, 21 at 100% AMI, and 19 at 120% AMI. All the units will have the same finishes as market units. The 9 Mile road improvements have been increased where there'll be $100,000 for repaving and restriping plus $60,000 for landscaping. There will be 3 additional barrier-free units, $30,000 for mural or art installations at the site, a bike share station or equivalent payment to the city, and a $30,000 contribution to Gary Park. There'll also be $25,000 contribution to Renaissance Vineyard Church, plus $25,000 for a decorative fence to mitigate the adjacent issues to the neighbors. There'll also be a $25,000 a year, as mentioned, plus $25,000 a year municipal service agreement annual increase, which that increase will be 3% year over year, or at the rate of inflation, whichever is less. There's also a clause for a clawback for a $40,000 one-time payment if the developer closes financing for less than 6.5%, and then an administrative fee for processing the agreement, which is $10,000. Just want to provide a side-by-side tax revenue analysis. So it's kind of hard to see, but essentially, as it is today, the site generates $5,250 for the city as it sits vacant. Under the previous NEZ agreement that was provided, it was $49,598, whereas today, annual revenue would be $42,886. And lastly, just want to state, this does ultimately meet lines with city plans. It increases mixture of housing types, which is mentioned in Plan Ferndale and the CAIHAP. It increases, there's an increase in residents spending less than 30% AMI on housing and transportation costs. The development is targeted towards household incomes ranging from $53,000 dollars and $79,000. And then it's housing for jobs similar to construction laborers, elementary school teachers, and plumbers. And the site is located by 4 smart lines, so it's right next to those transit stops. And there's also a call out in the housing plan to utilize this pilot program to expand mixed income housing options in the city. And if there are any questions, I believe the developer is here, and I can also answer any questions as well.
Before we do that, we'll put a motion before discussion. What's on the table is to approve the resolution for payment in lieu of taxes pilot and the community benefits agreement with the Ferndale Group for 1200 West 9 Mile Road as submitted by the Director of Community and Economic Development.
I move we approve the resolution.
Support.
We're going to have a discussion.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, we're opening it up for discussion, and then we'll have the vote after.
Through the chair. Thank you for the presentation. Can you go back to the tax slide with the tables? There we go. So what would the taxes be for the property if we did not have the NEZ or the pilot?
So if you're looking at the city share, you can take the actual market value, which would be, God, this is the eye test, guys.
I know, sorry.
What is the market rate before the 3%? Does the developer have that offhand? Like, what are the rental rates? Because that's how we would assess the value.
The projected gross rent rate,
At the projected taxable value, 2026.
So you're asking for what the expected taxes would be if the building was built without the pilot?
Yes.
Be around 180 grand?
Yep.
That wouldn't go to the city, that would go to.
Correct, that's all units. So about 30% of that goes to various city sources.
And through the chair, follow-up question. The slide that said that we were taking a percentage of rental income, do we have an estimate of what that would be?
That's 3%. That's the standard model for a pilot program, is it's based on a specific percentage of the rents, either pretty common ranges 2, 3, or 4%.
In dollar value is what I'm trying to look for.
Oh.
To figure out how close are we getting to what we would get at 180 grand,
So
and
if-
the 30% to the city.
Yeah, if you take 30% of 180,000, that's about $54,000. What we're proposing to take home 42,000. So it's roughly an annual subsidy of $12,000 versus a market rate apartment to make it 100% attainable on the city's part.
Okay, so a $10,000 difference between the two, and $12,000 difference. And how much of that was the rent that we are collecting from there?
So under the pilot model, what we would capture is entirely based on the rents.
Oh.
Yes. So it's payment in lieu of taxes, so they do not receive a tax bill. They receive a separate bill that is based on what they report to us as their rental income for the property.
I gotcha. Completely off in my notes.
Through the chair. So that's not a guaranteed number then?
No, it's not a guaranteed number. It's based on their modeling. They do anticipate some vacancy with that model. I don't know if you want to speak further to how you get to that.
Yeah, so how the rental projections are figured, we use MISHDA's guidance for the AMI level rents, and then we just use a 5% factor on that. So saying 80% AMI rent is $1,400, then we just plug that in the model. So we can't go higher than $1,400. So if there's an 80% unit in the building, there's, I believe, 16. We can't charge, you know, they'd say a market rate, which would be about 2,000. And those rents come out every year through MISTA, every April.
So through the chair, with the number of units that are at 100% AMI or 120% AMI, I guess I'm struggling with the fact that this doesn't feel like we're getting a lot of attainable housing. Quite frankly, affordable versus attainable is just marketing, you know? And with affordable, I was all in on this plan with NEZ because we were serving that population that we've identified really needs to be served within Ferndale. At 100% AMI, that's normal rent, right? Or am I just missing something?
So if we were able to build this building with normal market rate rents, those rents would be about 40% higher. So instead of leasing a unit, a one bedroom for $1,500, that'd have to be $2,300 a month in rent. So affordable is between 30% and 50% or 60% AMI, or 30% and 80% or 70%. Attainable is 80 to 120. So there are two distinct different groups. We focus on workforce housing in our projects, the middle, and this is what this project is designed to support.
Through the chair, can I ask a quick question? But your project that you brought to us first, right? You were part of that project and that was affordable housing.
So there was only 3 affordable housing units in that project and only 12 workforce, and then the rest were market rate.
You're not willing to add any affordable housing into this project, just where you're at with the 80?
Well, a couple of things we're not allowed to. With the workforce pilot, it's only between 80 and 120% rents. And 2, the only reason why we were able to support the affordable is because we were getting $1 million grant from MISTA that ran out of funding, the Missing Middle Grant Program, ran out of funding. So that's why we had to come back here and discuss with the city about moving forward with the pilot and replacing the NEZ with the pilot. And the state's been, you guys have seen the headlines, I'm sure, with the MEDC, with state cutting, or the Republicans cutting $625 million from projects. This was one of them. And most of the projects that my colleagues and I have been working on for focusing on workforce housing have also been cut. There's just the state has just not been a reliable source to push the governor's agenda of creating workforce housing for the state. So we've had to figure out creative ways to get these projects done. And I will say these projects are pretty much impossible to do now unless you're living in Birmingham or Northville, where just the wealthy can live in new facilities. And I want to say this is a Class A building. If we plop this down in Birmingham or Northville, the rents would be $4,000 plus. So the pilot gives us the ability to develop a Class A facility that the city would be proud of, people would love to live there, by jumping into a public partnership with us. You know, the project can only withstand so much because, you know, we have to rely on outside funding sources to make these work. And without acceptable rates of net operating income, they wouldn't be built. So yes, the project would generate $180,000 or $200,000 in taxes, but at the end of the day, the project never would get built, or we would have already done it.
So through the chair, what you're saying is if we don't approve the pilot, you can't build market rate housing?
Correct.
And is that just because you don't think market rate will get enough rent in Ferndale?
It's just the matter of the NOI. There's just not enough cash flow to support the expense of the building. So in 2019, through COVID, the construction costs went up 50%. So this building is costing us $12 million to build, not including all of the interest and all the other stuff to build it, so about $15 or $16 million total. In 2019, the same building would cost $7. So there's a fundamental math problem that the developers are going through to try to get new apartment buildings built in Michigan. And there's nothing we can do about the construction costs. There's nothing we can do about the interest. The only thing we can adjust is focusing on the two tools that the state approved in '23, which is the workforce pilot and then the workforce housing TIF. But there's no other tools or resources that we're able to utilize on a project like this. Oakland County Trust ran out of funding about a year ago. Missing Middle ran out of funding. And then now the MEDC has dramatically cut a lot of funding for these types of projects. So really the availability to develop these buildings are very, very few and far between compared to 2019.
And just to plug in a piece of missing information there, the 80% AMI for Oakland County is $56,600. So not a particularly rich income for a one-person household. So to that point, I'm very familiar with the missing middle grant that MISTA was trying to get out, and it is specifically targeted towards that portion of the population that doesn't otherwise qualify for affordable housing, but whose housing costs end up being more than 30% of their take-home income because there's either only market rate or affordable.
Sort of like, it's sort of like when, my grandmother, when she was living, she had, for a period of years, just too much income to qualify for the Medicaid programs for medical care. And so we had, because she had saved and, done what she was supposed to do, but unfortunately it disqualified her from programs for low-income people. And so it was only once she was able to get those assets out and become essentially poor that she could take advantage of low-income programs. And so there are folks like that with housing where they can't they make just enough money, they can't qualify for affordable housing, but they don't make enough money that market rate is feasible. Yeah. And that's where workforce housing came in, and that's what we were trying to do. And I think a really interesting to me, I guess, maybe not others, but interesting thing about pilots is, and I know you know this is more, sorry, just for the viewing public, but pilots are essentially you're negotiating a lower payment to the government than what the tax bill would be. And what the developer is then doing is saying, by not collecting this much in taxes from me, you're essentially buying, in this case, workforce units. It's our way of, that is how we contribute, right? Like, so a lot of people often think like, the city writes a check to a developer. That's not how it works. We literally can't do that. But if we could, that's what we would do in those instances, right? We would say like, okay, well, if I give you $1 million, that buys the rent, essentially pays out part of the difference between workforce and market rent. And by filling that gap, we're able to have those units. So you're essentially lowering that tax liability to purchase workforce or affordable units, depending on the project, in lieu of like a direct like cash relationship.
Mm-hmm. Except in this particular case, we haven't actually incurred any revenue from the units themselves yet because it's not built. Right. So it is still a net positive to the city's tax revenue collection to develop even affordable and attainable housing when there's these types of incentives later on top of it.
And that would be because right now, this isn't a vacant lot. So there's, we're collecting a very nominal, he's paying us a very nominal tax bill on a vacant lot, whereas even with incentives, we're still going to get more than we would get if this remained a vacant lot, is essentially the kind of logic of a pilot.
Can we go back to the slide with how many are at the 80, 120, 100 for the units?
I think what's interesting to me about this is that we, the NEZ proposal, we had 14 affordable units, but all the other units were fully market rate. I understand that correctly, yeah.
Say it faster.
No, the NEZ proposal here. And so by switching to this, we get 56, like all of the units are now under a lower cost category instead of a smaller percentage. Okay.
What's the income for the 100%?
Sorry, I just pulled up the MISTA guidelines, which only had the extremely low, very low, and low. I'll have to do some more research for you.
Okay.
It's around 56 to 60.
Oakland County, I think it's 56.
6.
thought you just said
That's the
56
80%.
was-
80% AMI is 56,600 for a one-person household.
But if it's a studio, it's a lot lower than that. I think that's a one-bedroom, so
That's
for.
a one-bedroom.
Yeah, and we could pull up my slide deck that I sent James that has a lot of this info, up to you, but 100%'s in the 50s, 120s, depending if they're one studios or two bedrooms, are between 60 and 72,000.
Yeah, through the chair. This is what upsets me about the way that they do it. They do it for the county. And, Oakland County is the richest county in Michigan, but you have us poor people at the south end that have to deal with the outrageous prices, on the northern end. So it's unfair that, we have to deal with a AMI that is, higher than ours as a city. Because our AMI in the city is probably 42. It's probably half.
But yeah, it really depends on where you're taking the AMI data from. To your point, if it's Oakland County, then yes. If we're taken as part of like the Detroit metro area, then it's different. Ultimately, it comes down to what MISTA puts out, because that's the guiding document for the workforce housing criteria.
I'd like to see that number flip to the 21 at the 80 and the 16 at the 100. That'd be much easier to digest.
Yeah, through the chair, 100% AMI is 70,700 for annual income, which means the hypothetical max rent would be 5,767. And at 120 AMI, we're looking at annual income round about 85,000, and hypothetical max rent is 2,121.
But remember, this is workforce housing, not affordable housing. So it is intended to hit people in that bracket. And another important thing to note, because we were talking about AMI, is that, and to Councilmember Polika's point, is that we're not allowed to set our own. Like, this is something that at my job, we have looked at for years of trying to be able to, like, can we set our own, can we get permission to do our own AMI? And you can't. You have to use the state set tables, even if the variability by individual communities within a broader sort of AMI bucket is disparate, like Councilmember Polika said.
Would you be willing to budge at any more of those numbers to give more of the units at 80% AMI?
So we did this exercise several times with the incentive committee, and we can change them, but then we have to eliminate some of the CBO benefits.
Right.
There's a lot of hard dollars being donated and invested through the CBO. That's only because we were able to figure out, and we call this like a salad. I don't set what the NOI needs to be for a bank to fund a project. It's just, you have your costs and you have your NOI, and then if it doesn't work out, it doesn't get funded. So we can change some things around, but we would have to then eliminate some of the CBO that we're offering.
And for the record, who sits on that? That's you, Donnie?
Myself,
And
city manager, the planning chair.
Planning chair representative, there's another community representative. I feel
Planning
like there were 7
department,
members.
and-
Yeah, planning department, finance department.
And I can tell you that when this was proposed to the incentives committee, we went back and forth, because I'm all about affordable housing. But what it really came down to with not being able to get that funding to keep the NEZ, what it came down to is that for them to be able to build this, these are the numbers that they came up with. Otherwise, it's just going to be an empty lot. That was the bottom line. That's what it came down to.
So this is what they came up with, and
This is what we came up with as an incentive committee after working a number of different scenarios. So one of the things I asked back, and you were very gracious by not calling me out. I'm one of the reasons this took longer to get to the, sorry. This is one of the reasons it took longer to get to the council, because I proposed a number of different scenarios, including adding affordable units in. And I asked for some pro formas about like, what would it cost even to get like a couple affordables in? Because I was hoping to have a bit of an affordable component along with workforce. But once the MISHDA money fell through, that was really, I mean, we probably could have worked a different scenario, but when the MISHDA money got canceled to a lot of housing projects, not just ours, that's what really kind of ended up locking us into like, it just doesn't pencil. It won't work, the numbers. So we ran a number of different, models and, did the spreadsheet stuff that we always do, but we just could not make it work without the MISHDA money in the mix.
with affordable, but did you try to get more of the 80% AMI?
So, we didn't. So that's a fair point. We didn't really model that different scenario. I would be curious to see what the numbers look like. Again, I think we still would have to give up some of our community benefits. And so we'd have to go over that list of those and say like, which of these would be willing to give up? Because we
Which
would.
I might be comfortable with some of that to get more attainable.
And
housing.
I think that's right. I think
Or
you're right.
could I ask the question, would council be, can you do any market rate housing on this project?
It all has to be within, so basically, if there's a 80% unit and somebody making 100 grand wants to live here, they can't live here. That's the other benefit you're getting. It's not just because the rate is at 80% or 100%, it's a wealthier individual cannot live here, period. So it's income restricted on two ways, the rent level, and then every year we go through an income verification process to make sure that people that these units are designated for are the ones actually living here. It's not just, hey, here's a unit for $1,600, it's a 2-bedroom, have two incomes here. We have to verify who's living there and then what their income is. And if they're living there and their income goes up, they have to leave. That's the true benefit of what we're building here for the municipality. This is truly for teachers, policemen, firemen. This is what I've been preaching for years. And you're not the only municipality that is facing these tough decisions on pilots. I mean, we're in the city of Berkeley, we're in the city of Clawson, we're in Ospey Township, Washington Township. We are in so many municipalities discussing the need for inclusive workforce housing because we just can't build new housing anymore. It's not like it's my decision to build it, or I can just fund these things and that they're able to get done. They're not. So you're not going to see new housing projects anywhere without either a workforce housing TIF or a pilot to develop medium income housing. And like I said before, it's like a salad. So you take away some of the net operating income of the building, it removes funds from the project, which means you either build a less quality building or you take away some of the CBOs. But we did work in hand with the incentive community to discuss, okay, if we add 2 more 80% units, what does that cost to the project? And it's several $100,000 over the 15-year term. Well, that money has got to come from somewhere. It's not
To the
coming.
chair, I think somebody on the incentives committee just said they did not discuss that with you.
Yes, we did. We have the slides. James can come up here and attest to it. We've discussed this several times. And
So we're not discussing whether it's like, it's the right project. I'm in support of the pilot program. What I'm talking about is getting more at the 80% AMI level, which my council member who sits on the
So,
committee.
right, so I think what Councilmember Kelly is asking is, can we lower the number of like 100% AMI units, increase the 80% AMI? The answer is yes. We would need to
look at the
Look at-
community benefits.
look at the
which I'm
look at the
comfortable with.
calculation sheet and say like, because essentially what this boils down to is, once you do all the math, since it's all
Yeah.
formulaic and stuff, you just say, okay, each unit at these AMIs costs this much over the
Yeah.
course of it, and then we just back it out of the other numbers.
Some other, and I'm good with that.
Yeah,
you
if
know?
you're amenable, you can also increase the number of 100% 20 AMI to get more 80% AMI. So if the goal is a higher number of 80% AMI, I think there is probably some math you can do with the numbers of where
Well, I
the
don't
total
want to
units
increase
fall.
the 120 either, you know?
Yeah, so
what
then
I'd
that's
like
where
to look
community
at is-
benefits would need
yeah,
to be cut as part of the project.
What I
But
feel.
Yeah, but I really, I just want to be clear, like, since this is workforce housing, the 120 is not a bad thing. It is something the state has absolutely incentivized and told municipalities, we need more of it too. That there are people that are in that income bracket that still, they're still in that missing middle. They can't really fully afford market rate housing, but they obviously make too much money.
Even
so-
seeing a more even number would make me feel more comfortable.
Yeah, especially based on the 2020 Community Affordability and Inclusive Housing Policy document, it was very clear. We need housing for people that were earning like 35 to 55.
Right.
And at the 80% AMI, we're at least a little closer to the 55.
Right, but again, I just think it's really important for people to understand, those are two different housing scenarios. This is not being proposed as an affordable housing unit, it's being proposed as workforce.
yeah.
Yeah, workforce. That's different, and communities need that. They need a mix of different types of housing. You can't have only 30 to 50% AMI housing. That won't work. It's just not sustainable for a community. You have to have a mix. That's what a healthy local economy needs. And so this is workforce housing, but other developments may be fully affordable, and it would fall under a different, category of housing with different incentives from the state. This
we
is
understand.
workforce.
Yeah, we got
I'm
that.
well aware of that, yeah. I'm just asking for a little bit more of an even number and to look at the community benefits.
Sure. No objection to that.
So through the chair, if we were to do that, how do we do that at the dais? Or is that something that we're sending back to the incentive?
I think because of how detailed the cost calculations are on those changes, I would say council makes a motion to defer back to the incentives committee with specific direction to increase 80% AMI.
And just maybe give us a sense of like, kind of, how many units are we looking, like, what does the new spread look like? And then we'll run the numbers and then report out.
I think James has some context on what the cost difference between an 80% AMI and 100% AMI is.
Yeah, over the life of the project, the difference in cost between the 100% AMI down to the 80% is just over 168,000. And of course, the reverse would be the same between the 120 and 100% AMI. But in order to get, say, an additional 80% AMI and offset it with 120% AMI, you're going to drop two of those 100% AMIs, right? Because you're not going to create more units, you're just going to move the numbers around. So if you wanted to get to 17, 80% AMI, and offset that with adding a 120%, you're going to drop, it'd be 17, 19, and 20, basically, for the simple math.
At what price, you were saying?
The difference in cost, but basically, as you're going down every 20% AMI, it's about 168,000 over the life of the project. So you could increase the 80% AMI, but you're going to have to find about 168,000 either in the pilot fees or the community benefits to offset, or allow them to increase the amount of 120 AMI.
What do you want to do? Do you want to is there a proposal to bring it back to the incentives committee? We can talk about it again. I was just looking at the community development, the community benefits that we have here.
Through the chair, can we go through some of those community benefits one more time?
Yeah.
So we have $100,000 for repaving and restriping at 9 Mile Road. I believe it was Oak Park that did quite a bit of work over there, and it's building off of a lot of their improvements. And then $60,000 for landscaping along 9 Mile Road as well. 3 additional barrier-free units. $30,000 for a mural or art installation. A bike share station or equivalent payment to the city. $30,000 contribution to Gary Park. $25,000 contribution to Renaissance Vineyard Church, which is adjacent to the property, and a $25,000 decorative fence surrounding the property. And then there's the municipal service agreement annual increase, which will increase by 3% or by the rate of inflation, whichever's less. And then a $40,000 clawback one-time payment if the developer closes financing for less than 6.5% interest. And then as well as a $10,000 reimbursement for administrative costs.
What's the going rate for interest right now on development?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Looking at the clawback, how likely do we think that that's going to be, that financing would close at less than 6.5% interest?
I mean, I think that the market rate is definitely trending lower on interest rates. I don't know the behind the scenes on their particular banking relationship.
You can get interest in the 5s right now. HUD at 6%, so we'd be refinancing with HUD.
Question, if it's so likely, can't I just get that 40,000 now in something in here?
I mean, I wouldn't mind that, but then we'd have to get it back if it doesn't do it. So.
I mean, I guess
I mean, the total value of all community benefits is right around 300,000 if I was doing the quick math as we were walking through that. Realistically, those are all one-time payments. So even if the city gave up all community benefits, you couldn't even afford to cover the gap of 2 additional units. It's more likely we'd have to do some horse trading with 80% and 120% units.
Or the MSA agreement and the percentage of the pilot. So we can go to a 2% pilot, and that would give us another unit. Or reduce some of that MSA of $25,000 a year. But we, like I said previously, we went through this pretty extensively on what 1 or 2 more units might do, but what the cost is.
For council's edification, when the pilot changes, that directly changes the contribution to all of the taxing units. So the difference would be entirely made up by the taxing units reducing their share on a 2% pilot. We use 3% as the model because that is what 141 Vester is also at.
That was the scenario. The scenario that I really asked for the modeling was what if we reduced the pilot percent? Instead of 3%, what if we went to 2%? And it essentially equated to we would only get 1 additional unit per percent. And it just, it's not enough.
I think 3% makes the most sense.
Yeah.
We just have to finagle the numbers with the 80%, 100%, and 120 AMI. So Councilmember Kelly, I would ask, do you have a certain percentage that you want to look at? Do you want to say that we have more in 80% and then the second most in the 100% and then third most in 120? Just
I don't,
like that.
yeah.
Or even.
Just financially, I don't think you'll be able to get the
Closer?
most
Yeah.
at 80%, the second most at 100%, and 120, because there's an inverse relationship between the number of 80% and 120.
You also don't want a project that is so bifurcated between 80s and 120s, because you're eliminating a market. So the project still has to make sense. And that, just increasing 120s for 80s, makes sense on paper, but there's still a marketability factor to the project to be successful.
So do we just want to say that we want more 80% and figure it out from there?
That means, 2 80%ers would eliminate all the CVO. And if we go to 3 80%ers, that would eliminate a third of that MSA, and then it just goes down from there. Or we can't build the project.
So is the desire of council to refer this back to the incentives committee to try and increase the number of 80% units? However, the incentives committee deems appropriate based on actual numbers, because obviously up here, we're running napkin math.
So we do have some of the numbers if we want to pull it up.
I think our legal counsel would strongly advise us from negotiating from the dais.
Oh, I just, if you wanted to see it, I have it in a presentation, so, sorry.
Thank you, though. Yeah, I think we should, I don't see any, at least nothing in the documentation indicates that if we were to refer this back to our committee and bring it back up at the, in the new year, this is really going to jam you up too much on a time-wise basis, not too
We've
bad.
been working on this for 3 years, so it's just another month, I guess.
Yeah, okay.
So do we want a motion to?
Yeah.
So who will entertain a motion to bring this proposal back to the incentives committee to discuss ways in which we can increase to help me out here, increase the 80% MAI by?
Sure. I move that,
discuss the
yeah,
community.
so I move that we refer this item back to the incentives committee for further deliberation in order to increase the number of 80% AMI units.
Support.
Okay, it's already kind of implied that we would just talk about the community benefits.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. All right, roll call, please.
Johnson?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Mikulski?
Yes.
Polika?
Yes.
Leaksmay?
Yes.
Hey.
In the new year. All right. Okay. Item 8B, agreement with Axon for automated license plate reader cameras.
I move we approve the agreement with Axon for automated license plate reader cameras for $110,167.60 over 5 years to be paid from account number 262-000-818.000.
Support, that is the drug forfeiture fund.
Yes.
Presentation, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I know this has been quite a journey, and I don't know what else to say other than I appreciate everybody's attention in this matter, especially the residents that have engaged on all sides of the topic. I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem's time and effort throughout this process, especially in the last couple weeks. I think it definitely moved the needle. It was always in our best interest, or always in our forethought, to try to find the most, try to move the needle as close as we could with retaining this technology to benefit our officers and our investigators. So that I would like to say that, preface this presentation with those comments. So the ALPR program update. As we know, we started with Flock back in March of 2023. After considering input from council and the community, we decided to move on from Flock. As stated, the department hosted virtual and in-person engagement sessions. The most recent was this past Friday regarding ALPR. The police department presented the Axon Outpost Agreement to council for consideration on November 24th, at which time it was tabled for more discussion and more information. Specifically, in regards to more community engagement and to address addendums recommended by council that be added to the master service agreement. An engagement session was facilitated by a consultant this past Friday regarding the LPR, and the consultant shared a summary in a report to council. As we've all witnessed, opinions vary on the use of ALPR technology. Some approved, some disapproved. and some approved the technology, but not specific providers. Axon has agreed to addendums further clarifying ownership of data, restricted access of Ferndale's network, and severability. Axon Master Services and Purchasing Agreement addendums that were recommended by the city and agreed upon with the provider, Axon. Ferndale has sole ownership of our ALPR data, no access or use of our data without written authorization. Axon cannot use our data for product development, meaning learning programs, AI. Ferndale is automatically opted out of the Axon Customer Experience Program, prohibited from sharing de-identified data, and there will be no aggregated data sets. Third-party access is prohibited, and sharing with federal agencies or fusion centers is prohibited unless the city provides case-specific written authorization, no cross-agency data pooling. No facial recognition or human analytics, live streaming or real-time monitoring. These will be fixed position cameras only, no audio recording, no capture of private interiors.
Through the chair. Just for clarity, you talk about cameras. These are snapshot images, so they are going to be pictures. It's not going to be a recording of a video.
Correct.
Thank you.
There's a 30-day maximum retention period that is in line with the city surveillance ordinance. There's no retention and backups. And certified purge authority, I'm not quite sure what that meant, but we retain the right to purge or ask that a data may be purged if before 30 days. But at 30 days, it's automatically purged unless it is moved to evidence. Camera location reporting within 10 days. So that means once a location is decided and a camera is installed, we have 10 days to post that camera installation and make it public. Axon shall maintain tamper-proof logs for auditing purposes, which must be provided to the city upon request. We will do, as I updated in our policy, we'll be doing quarterly audits internally and externally. It was my suggestion that we share these auditing results with CPARB and bring CPARB more involved in the auditing process of ALPR, and in turn, they will be reporting to you at a minimum in their annual report. City approval is required within 30 days of any changes in terms related to the master service and purchase agreement. Subcontractor disclosure and CGIS compliance is mandated. Axon shall comply with city public surveillance ordinance and FPD ALPR policy. The city may terminate agreement for convenience.
So let's pause on this slide, because the section that says city approval is required within 30 days of any changes of terms related to the master service and purchase agreement is something that Colleen and myself went back to the table and renegotiated, and I think you were there as well. I was on the phone, so I couldn't see you. Renegotiated with Axon to get it closer to what I had originally put forward, which automatically opted us out of any changes to their terms of service, so that we get out of the issue that we had with Flock, where they changed the terms of service in the master service agreement and just did whatever they wanted, and we didn't really have a choice. So the contract addendum that's currently on the agenda item is not the correct one. It has that old language.
A new one should have been pushed out earlier today, late morning, if you're able to update the agenda packet.
I
It's
refreshed it. and I
both are
didn't see it.
attached.
Oh, they are? Okay.
Yes.
Let me let's make sure that we've got the new one in there. Because the new language is pretty darn close. Let's see, 12.
Is it the Axon conformed red line?
I don't think so. I think
No,
the red line's what I
it
was
should be Ferndale Axon APL contract addendum 12/12/25 update with quote.
Yeah, so the new language is in section 9, changes to terms and conditions, 9.1. The parties agree to the terms and conditions set forth in this addendum, the quote attached here too, and Axon's master purchasing agreement fully incorporated as of the date of execution of this addendum. So it locks us in on the date that we execute it. We follow that up by saying, as part of Axon's standard enterprise-wide policy governance, updated terms may issue as necessary for new products or updates. Axon posts new terms on its website as they come available. Nothing in this section requires Axon to provide advance notice of such updates. However, any updated terms after the date of execution of this addendum will not automatically apply to the city of Ferndale and may be reviewed and incorporated by amendment to this agreement upon mutual written consent of the parties at such time. So that's very close to what I asked for, which was basically opt us out. I don't want these changing. One of the things that I said in our first conversation about Flock was we can't assess technology in its current stance. We have to assess it as it evolves, and it is always going to evolve. This kind of locks us in to the non-evolution of it unless we mutually agreed and wrote in that we wanted to evolve with them through this contract addendum. So I just wanted to point that out for this slide. I'll let you go on.
The technology or the provider Axon, we were suggesting Axon Outpost ALPR technology. Axon is a law enforcement only provider. We have a long history with this provider. We're moving into year 5 of a current contract for body worn camera, in-car video, interview rooms, and our soon to becoming PSAP telephone 911 system. They really are a leader, gold standard in data security. Evidence.com is Axon. Evidence.com is used to share evidence digitally with prosecuting authorities. It is not part, it is kind of adjacent to the ALPR security system. Even if somebody was to steal a camera, everything that is in the camera is encrypted. It cannot be read. That's where they really have set the standard in our industry as far as trust when it comes to security of sensitive digital information, and it is CJIS compliant. This is currently the most affordable option from a provider at $2,465 per camera per year, which is, cost is always an issue, but along with that cost comes superior representation in service. It's important to note that this network only shares on a one-to-one basis. There is no national lookup where we happen to get burned with Flock. There is no national lookup. It's a one-to-one basis. We would start at 0 as sharing partners, and then we would start right from the beginning, like we did with the last provider, in building those one-to-one ratios, or that one-to-one relationship with network participants. The battery will be replaced and solar panel cleaned at 30 months. And there's an equipment refresh should newer, better technology become available. Obviously, because of our service agreement, they would be reaching out to us to approve something like that. But the technology improvement is to assure that we're using the best, most accurate technology available. That is built into the agreement. Again, our findings and recommendations. ALPR is shown to be an effective force multiplier for patrol and investigations.
Excuse us. Go ahead, Chief.
It generates leads. It's led to arrests. And has helped us close cases that would have gone unsolved. The data analysis shows a correlation between high traffic volume and the hot list alerts. After considering the data collected over the course of the pilot program, the police department recommends continuing the use of ALPR technology. The police department also recommends scaling back the program from 15 cameras to 9 cameras. We're only talking about covering 9 Mile, 8 Mile, and Woodward Avenue. That takes 9 cameras to do that, but those are the only thoroughfares we'll be covering. The proposed agreement includes installation, 5-year service and maintenance, and the technology assurance program, which is the technology update. Our funding recommendation. The police department recommends funding the ALPR program with drug forfeiture funds. These are specific funds that can only be used for law enforcement purposes. I know there's a lot of talk about, other more restorative measures. These funds are not general fund dollars. They can only be used on very specific spending, such as this type of technology. Current drug forfeiture account balances can sustain this expense while easing the burden on the general fund. The cost is $24.65 per 95 per camera per year. The cost of year 1 is deferred, and $27,741.90 would be the remaining would be the annual cost for the next 4 years to follow. Again, it's a 5-year contract, totaling $110,967.60. Before I take any questions, I want to say we take the accountability and oversight seriously. We have one of the most robust policies there is in law enforcement when it comes to our ALPR technology. It's important to note that that is not the end of that statement. Policy is going to evolve. If you're not, any policy review is a continuous process, regardless of the profession. If you're not looking at them at least annually, you're not doing your job as an administrator. We continually look at that and find mistakes or gaps or holes, and we will work together with council to plug those gaps and those holes. Like I said, we've already addressed the reasonable cause threshold for accessing the database for an investigator. And we'll be looking to do those quarterly audits and share the results of those audits with CPARB, who would in turn report to this body. And again, we know that this is a journey that is going to take some assessment as you go, just like every aspect of our government. So with that, Bree and Dominic Dixon is here from Axon to maybe answer any questions that I cannot answer. Dom has been very helpful throughout this process, and I'm traveled a long way to be here in not so nice weather. So I want to welcome Dom. Yep.
So I do have a question, Chief, regarding CPART being involved in the auditing. And you mentioning that there being quarterly audits for this technology. You said CPART being involved at do their annual report at minimum. Would there be any way that they could do something far more frequent?
I don't want to speak for.
Semi-annual or something.
I don't want to speak for CPARB. I can certainly bring that up to the chair. And I don't see any reason, if the beautification committee can meet quarterly with council, I don't see any reason they couldn't get with the city manager's office and schedule a presentation more regularly. But that's not my call, but.
Through the chair, that might be something with respect to potentially broadening the scope of the ordinance to, to more align with whatever council's intent are or desire with respect to input from CBAR.
And also, I think you mentioned maybe a couple meetings back or a meeting back, I'm not sure. When would these cameras be installed specifically? Because I don't think I have that time frame.
Dom, if you could speak to the installation time period.
Yeah, it's not a certified date, like you have to go through permitting, extensive different installation, different parts there, but, if this was ideally, let's just say hypothetically passed today, right? You're still looking at like a 4 to 5 month minimum installation process.
And Chief, a question has come up regarding, I know CPARB, the group has been in effect for about 2 years now, roughly?
I've lost track, but I think it's about 2 years.
Okay. And just something that has come up, and I just want, maybe you can maybe answer this. Maybe it's something for CPARB to answer, but I'm going to ask you. What has been the delay as far as that racial impact assessment? Is it something that's on their agenda, on their radar? Have they talked about it that you know of? What has been the delay?
The delay on what topic?
Racial impact assessment.
I don't know that we were required, and I don't know who has the authority or how you would do a racial impact assessment on something that doesn't take into account race. That is truly how I feel about it. I don't know how you would do that. I don't know where that authority comes from, but I don't know how you would even do it. And then I guess I'd have to defer to.
We have people who know how to do it.
Through the chair, I think what they're referring.
Order, please.
Through the chair. What I think they're referring to, am I correct? You were here for that, when the contract first went through with Flock, wasn't there an agreement to do a racial impact statement on
It
that?
was around about the time that we put out the anti-racism policy, and we had a lot of language out there, and yes, I believe that there was something that said that we were going to do a racial impact assessment. But it hasn't been done, it's not on their agenda. The good news is, as I was bullet pointing all the things that I want to do with our ALPR policy, I included it. So if we change our ALPR policy to also include that and go through my laundry list of things that I think would be good for audit purposes, a racial impact assessment would happen, and we would have that and publish it and achieve that goal.
If that was complete, but it's not complete yet, but that's in
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, so through the chair, let's bullet point through this, because I know Councilmember Palika, you were not aware that I was interested in making adjustments to the ALPR policy. And quite frankly, I was so focused on the contract addendum at the last meeting that I didn't really talk about it. But it was the natural progression of, resident feedback that was focused on accountability measures. I can contractually put those in the contract addendum for Axon, but I can't put anything in there that holds our feet to the fire and shows that we have skin in the game and that we want to do all the right stuff. So part of what I ended up going through this weekend was council oversight and authority, so no changes to the ALPR policy after we get them done. No changes to the ALPR policy, procedures, deployment, system configuration, data sharing, data retention may occur without city council approval. So it has to come back to council. We have to be transparent about it. Any new vendor capabilities, AI features, or integrations require council approval before activation. There would be an annual review of the ALPR policy by council. For deployment and configuration restrictions, ALPR cameras may only be deployed after public notice, compliance review, and a council vote. Cameras must be configured only for plate detection, no wide-angle photos, no human form analytics, no additional sensors. Everything's going to be fixed position, no live monitoring. I put together a list of explicit prohibitions based on a lot of the feedback that I heard on Friday night. Prohibited uses, immigration enforcement, traffic enforcement, civil infractions, civil judgments, debt collection, live monitoring, real-time video access, facial recognition, biometric or human gait analytics, including gait, body type, groups, dwell time, predictive policing or behavioral analysis, First Amendment-related surveillance, including protests, religious gatherings, and political groups, and surveillance tied to poverty criminalization, like expired plates or insurance lapses. Prohibited data uses would include things like cross-jurisdiction pooled databases, vendor access without case-specific approval, vendor use of Ferndale data for machine learning or product development, all of which are also in the contract addendum. So we've got those addressed. And then in terms of quarterly audit requirements, there would be, I broke it down into kind of like 3 separate categories of audits. There would be a usage audit, that's both internal and CPARB oversight and/or participation on searches, alerts, hot list entries, officer access logs, whether reasonable suspicion standards were followed, whether any misuse occurred, reverse case lookup to verify case and ensure that it met with our standards for the use of the system, error rate reporting, including false hits, misreads, improper searches, improper accesses, CPAR review of random sample equal to 20% of all ALPR lookups conducted in the quarter, so verifying that valid case numbers exist. Lookup purpose assigned with policy and no prohibited uses associated with immigration, civil, First Amendment, and analytics. And then last but not least, any confirmed misuse of ALPR data or systems, including accessing data without a valid case number, conducting searches without reasonable suspicion, engaging in prohibited surveillance, or sharing data outside authorized channels would trigger mandatory disciplinary review and may result in suspension or termination. So that's the usage audit. And then I broke it down further into system and access audit. And I know this is a lot. This is why I was squirrely. System and access audit on a quarterly basis, review of all access events, internal and external, review of vendor, subcontractor, partner agency access. Verification of system capabilities remains restricted. So we're verifying that the system is still effectively neutered. Verification that the vendor has not enabled or pushed new analytics, live monitoring, or AI features. There would be a network access audit confirming only authorized identities access the system. And then there would be 2 additional legal and contract audit where we review the Axon MSPA terms of use and privacy policies, confirm no changes were made without city notice, confirm ongoing CJIS compliance, confirm no changes were made to ACIP, I don't remember what that stands for, my apologies, status or data sharing practices, identify any contractual or policy misalignment and report to council, any state, federal, or multi-jurisdictional subpoenas, warrants, request, or inquiry involving ALPR data must be reported to in writing to council and the city manager within 5 business days unless prohibited by law. If a gag order prevents disclosure at the time of receipt, council shall be notified immediately upon the order's expiration. And then we get the annual racial impact assessment per the anti-racism policy with a demographic breakdown of ALPR-related stops, searches, errors, and investigative outcomes, analysis of disparate impacts, corrective action recommendations, public presentation, and CPAR review. And if we don't have the capability internally, I would make a recommendation. There is a group that I was turned on to from the Friday meeting called Secure Justice. And part of what they do is go through cities and basic governance policies, review all of them. I think they should review whatever we do, but they should be able to help with some of that racial impact assessment as well. So that's a snippet of what I put together for the weekend.
No, but actually, Councilmember Pro Tem, I can do you one better. I wasn't ready to float this yet. I was going to do it over the holidays. Almost everything you've talked about, I have actually written an ordinance to codify, not a policy.
Okay, like an ALPR specific ordinance
A
instead
co-
of.
a CIOGS ordinance, a
policy?
community input on government surveillance ordinance that puts restrictions in place.
Okay.
Creates mandatory public, sets out very specific, requirements for public engagement, sets out annual requirements for reporting and auditing. It sets out penalties for people who violate the policy, including for the vendors. It takes a lot of what's in our policy already, and it takes a lot of what's been codified in ordinance in a lot of other cities and codifies it here. So the racial impact assessment would be a required annual thing.
Okay, so.
I just,
then would
like,
we-
I have been drafting this,
It's so funny that we're both working on it, and that's,
which is, I was gonna get us together when this, well, over the holidays, when we both had a little bit more time in our downtime to kind of
so.
bounce some ideas.
I like the idea of turning it into an ordinance, because then it's pretty much immutable, right? It can't be changed internally, it has to go through council.
Right.
So I don't have to state that in a policy language stance. So I like that. I do think that we would need additional transparency requirements on, like, a public-facing list of camera locations, retention period, prohibitions, data sharing practices, yada, yada.
Yep.
But we've got a list. I guess, again, the reason that I pushed back today is because we've got the list, and you've got an ordinance half-drafted, it sounds like. And I'd love to marry the two and have those move forward. I just feel uncomfortable that we're doing an acceptance without all of that codified. And doing it contingent on accepting that, I think it's a step in the right direction. It just feels like the timing's weird.
Yeah. So I can tell you that the surveillance technology use reports, which would be mandated, include total number of times the technology was used, total number of days the surveillance technology was, total number of times it was used, total number of days it was in use. So if any cameras were down at any time, whatever. So number of consecutive days in service, total number of people who used, operated, or accessed the surveillance technology and/or any data collected by the surveillance technology, the names of all external entities with whom surveillance data from the surveillance technology was shared and the purpose of sharing, the names of all external entities from whom surveillance data was acquired and the purpose of acquisition. So if we acquire data from someone else, we also should understand why we did that. Because us acquiring data also can impact. In the case of social, so the ordinance is broader, right? This ordinance is not just surveillance cameras, it's all surveillance technology. So it puts rules around not just license plate readers, but all forms of surveillance technology and establishes new guidelines around that. Drones, all that kind of stuff.
So would that replace the public surveillance ordinance?
Yes, because the public surveillance ordinance is frankly weak and could be a lot stronger. So so a lot of the things that we want. So this report would report on any technology that is considered surveillance technology, not just ALPR. And to give you a sense of what that means, this would mean any technology, including but not limited to IMSI catchers, so International Mobile Subscriber Identity Catchers and other cell site simulators, automatic license plate readers, electronic toll readers, biometric surveillance technology, including facial, voice, iris, and gait recognition software and databases. That gets banned later. Mobile DNA capture technology, gunshot detection and location hardware services, so ShotSpotter. X-ray vans, video and audio monitoring and/or recording technology such as surveillance cameras and wide-angle cameras, surveillance-enabled or capable light bulbs or light fixtures, tools including software and hardware used to gain access to a computer, computer service, or computer network without the authorization of the respective owner or user, social media monitoring software, and then except with some exceptions that are later in the policy, through-the-wall radar, through-the-wall thermal, or similar imaging technology. The exception would be for the fire department, because they use FLIR to see through walls and things like that for purposes of identifying people within a burning structure, and so we need an exception for that. Passive scanners of radio networks, long-range Bluetooth or other wireless scanning devices, radio frequency ID or RFID scanners, software designed to integrate or analyze data from surveillance technology, including but not limited to remote video and or audio monitoring, social media monitoring, surveillance tracking, target tracking, and predictive policing software. So that's going to be AI, it's going to be anything that would take data from multiple sources and try to turn it into one big blob. Unmanned aerial vehicles and or any other devices capable of tethered or untethered flight, which are or can be equipped with any of the technologies defined in this section. And then there are, exclusions, the park ticketing devices on the parking enforcement car. That doesn't count. That's not, the purpose of that is parking enforcement. It is not used in any other way. Routine office hardware, televisions, computers, things like that. The city cell phones, if issued to staff, that can't be considered that. So, some of those are things, body-worn cameras, closed-circuit televisions that are used only, with an internal loop. So it defines all of those things. It defines what a surveillance technology procurement is and what it was required to go through that, what is required to do a procurement, and a lot of other stuff. So it's 12 pages long.
So let's talk about timing on that then.
Sure.
Because all that sounds good, and I'd love to see it. And it takes time for it to go through ordinance committee and make sure that everything's legal. And how do we ensure that this is something that's legal, that we're doing all the legal right things, and we tie it to this and make any sort of acceptance of this contingent on accepting all of that?
Great question. I know it's legal because this is the same ordinance that Detroit adopted, which was in fact adopted in partnership with the ACLU.
Doesn't Detroit have ShotSpotter?
It does.
And
The
they
council adopted, they approved it. It's not banned in Detroit, but they had to go through the CIOGS process. And then the council approved it. So, these things we can choose to ban things, but the basis of the ordinance was Detroit's, which has been vetted and also gone through several rounds of litigation to make sure that all of these things are legal to do by a city government. So, this ordinance was vetted by the Board of Police Commissioners, the Detroit City Council, the Corporation Council of Detroit, the Legislative Policy Division of the Detroit Council, and then when it was implemented, it has definitely been tested by a number of entities. So I know that everything in here is permissible under state law. These are all restrictions that we can do, and they're all policies that we can impose on ourselves. The only thing we can't do with an ordinance really would be anything that would, there are certain rules around impairing the right of contract, but none of this would do that, because it would only reserve to us the right to terminate for any reason, which is already the city's policy for really anything, is that we would have the right to, terminate for convenience, just like this current contract is drafted. It would just codify that as one of the provisions. Like any kind of this technology, we would always have the right to terminate for convenience. We couldn't do a contract unless that provision was included. So that if any moment we change our minds or something does, go wrong, then we can pull the plug immediately. And that, the chief, Jim, nobody could negotiate a contract with a vendor that doesn't contain that provision.
So how quickly do you think we could get this back to council?
Oh, I was thinking we would fast track it, that you and I would work it out. We would come up with on ordinance committee, toward the round of the new year, we'd get it through. I intend to get some time with Councilmember-elect Sabatini, go through it with him. And, my intent was to have this done before the second meeting of January, that we would fast track it and we would get it on. I've been, running it through attorneys and double checking certain provisions, because I went a little harder in some sections than Detroit's does. I clamped it down a bit more. We want it clamped down a bit more. And so I did, but, it's a draft ordinance, so it wasn't something I wanted floating around until I had dotted my I's and crossed my T's. But what's been, I understand, and I do understand, and I take seriously hearing from residents that they feel frustrated by me particularly, that I haven't been listening to them or heard them. It's that, my general strategy for a lot of this stuff, which is why being on council is weird for me, is I just want to burrow down in my hole and start working on a thing. And so I hear all of this and I go, okay, I'm just going to start working on a thing. And I went down my rabbit hole and worked on this thing. I have sent a draft to, Colleen has a draft, the chief has the draft. Because I wanted to first say, if I propose this, is this going to cause some kind of, is this going to be okay? And so far, everything's good. So now I feel like the draft is ready to come to the ordinance committee for actual official movement.
When did you send that draft?
I didn't send it to the ordinance committee.
No, to Colleen and the chief.
A few weeks ago, probably. And I said, is there anything in here that would that you think would be violative of any of our stuff or would conflict with any other part of the city code or anything like that? Nothing came back.
Through the chair, Colleen, that would have been very helpful for me to know today while I was panicking.
And Colleen didn't tell you because I wanted to make sure that everything was copacetic before we did a draft.
To be fair, the ordinance committee meeting was canceled for December, so that it would have been something
Would have been
that was discussed at that
on the
meeting.
agenda for the December ordinance committee.
But, to Councilmember Johnson's point, I do receive random information from council members that is in draft form, that not every single email gets forwarded. I do apologize, it's not something that he felt ready to present, and it was his ordinance to draft, and the correct protocol is it goes to the ordinance committee first.
Right.
Well, through the chair, I will say with my email that I sent out today asking for procedures on how to move forward, which I did CC everybody on the council to be transparent and honest. The response from my city manager was, I need to reply all to everyone, so everyone's in the loop.
We don't,
So
we
it's-
cannot, guys, folks, I understand that, but we can't, one reason we can't do that is because we can't deliberate as a body by email.
I get that.
That's the law. And so
Which is why
I
I sent
can't
it to
do
you
that.
two separately.
Sure.
But she replied all to let everybody know what my options were at this
Sure,
meeting.
but there are many things that every council member works on that they don't share with the body on a regular basis. I mean, Laura was doing a lot of drafting over the weekend that I did not know about until we had a phone call on Sunday.
Didn't know about it.
So, I mean, come on now, we all work on things and we're not constantly working as a group. I mean, that's just.
I wish you would have let me know on Sunday, so I didn't spend the entire day doing this.
There's nothing shady about drafting an ordinance.
I would love if we could go back to what we had as far as the discourse with dignity that we had when the facilitator was here. You shouldn't be yelling from the audience. So let's hear everybody out. Okay? All right.
So I think, we didn't talk about it Sunday because you had done a lot of the work already. And I figured, well, this matches up with what I'm hoping to do. And, we'll instead, the policy's great to have in the meantime while we work into getting it codified into ordinance. But, I mean, you were also working on a policy draft that I didn't find out until Sunday. So, I mean, I understand the frustration, but I also didn't know that you were drafting changes to the policy. In fact, I gave you language on Sunday in the policy, to put in there. So, I mean, I hear that, but we were both drafting things and not talking to each other. So that's our bad, but, I mean, that is how things work on a legislative body. There isn't a collective work. It can't happen. We all work on our individual things and hope maybe we'll bring them forward or not. And this, I think, can move forward because it meets all of the criteria that we would need for an ordinance. But by the time I started working on this and realized it was something we should do, something stronger than a policy, we were already this far down the road.
I'm sorry, Mayor, but he can't sit there and say for 3 years, we have been discussing everything, and now it's time to
Prasad,
vote, and then also stand
Prasad,
up and say,
you have, Prasad,
I am not going to sit here and listen to that bullshit. I am going to say something
Prasad.
shady. You can throw me out if you want.
not an audience.
We elect you.
You, okay, all right.
cannot say what he said 45 an hour ago and then come back and say this.
Prasad,
There's nothing sus about starting to draft an ordinance like 4 weeks ago when the community started to talk about stuff.
Not tell anybody while we're talking about it, right? That's the part we're upset about.
And
so it sounds like we're having a problem with a couple council members who were actually looking for ways in which to make this a viable tool. And that is not perfect yet, is not set in stone yet, but it sounds like they were working on it.
Every 10 minutes, new data comes out the public didn't know.
Okay, but,
Every 10 minutes, but we've been talking about it for 3 years, and we're supposed to be talking about transparency, and you guys are supposed to be voting on something that's in our best interest, but yet we keep finding out new data points every 10 minutes. We're like, wait, what? Do you hear the gasps from the
All right.
audience? Do you hear the community members? We're literally revolting in a city
all right,
council meeting.
thank you,
right
Mr.
now.
Williams.
When was the last time that
Thank you,
happened?
Mr. Williams.
That should really take notice of you guys. This is a great way
Thank
to
you,
change
Mr.
your
Williams.
last January would be the last time it happened.
That doesn't make it not
So-
remarkable, Donnie. It just
so-
makes it a once-a-year thing.
I'm going to continue trying to do my thing here at the table because it's our job. And so I think that regardless of our feelings and how this is happening, I think one thing we can be clear on, this policy is exactly what people wanted. We're fighting over whether this policy is going to do what we want. We're working on the same thing. And, okay, I'm sorry for that. I am. But I've been working for weeks to try to figure out a solution to address resident concerns. So now you're mad that I've been working to address resident concerns. Like, I mean, like, that's what's happening in this room.
Well, through the chair, if you want to address residents' concerns, and get that done first, and then let's put a vote on the table.
Fair enough.
No trust.
I didn't start working on it until 4 weeks ago.
No trust.
And I mean, other than you guys are the ones that asked for the community meeting on Friday, which we had. I mean, and then,
You weren't even there.
because I have a job, I'm sorry.
So do we. But we were
Great,
there.
great, wonderful.
All right.
I was there. I left my job to go there.
I don't have that option with my job, sorry.
Okay, can we not back and forth?
All right.
Thank you.
I mean, a lot of this is, this has come down to, just, this is more chaotic, this is more chaotic than it should be. The policy that you did is good. The policy is good to put in place because if it takes us longer to get this ordinance done, then we need something in the meantime. There could be a gap. So yes, let's get it in place. Let's do that.
So are you comfortable moving what I asked for earlier, moving the vote until it's in place?
No,
Yes.
Okay.
no. I want to get this done and I want to move on. I want everybody to move on.
Why I have the axe on through the chair, why I have you here. My question is, I don't think, Colleen, you could answer that earlier, is if it gets brought back when our new council member is seated and the contract has already been pushed through tonight, if that's what we do. I thought I did see something in there that there was a 30-day no fee, but we couldn't find that today. So what would happen with that if, for some reason, that was what happened? What would the fees be if it hadn't gone up yet?
There are some people from other parts of Axon's legal team and government
contract
affairs listening in. Hopefully, they can provide us an answer on that. I know that the way the contract, my understanding was that it was supposed to be both parties leave whole as far as cost. If nothing was installed, I can't imagine it would be of substantial, but I'd be speaking out of turn.
Yeah, that's what we were thinking too, but there wasn't anything in writing, so we weren't quite sure.
And I did have Dan Chris look into the termination clause as well, and that was all we could come up as what was shared earlier is the 90 days or that kind of nuanced language around non-appropriation.
Through the chair, I'd like to hear from you, Greg. It's your last night, and I know I surprised you with the ALPR policy thing, so what are your thoughts?
Nothing has changed for me. I'm a little disappointed. I think people forget that this is a republic, not a democracy. It is people who are voted to represent the people. This is not a vote by the popular loudest voices. That is not how government is run in the USA. If you want a democracy, have a revolution. And I agree with you, but we have to go by the confines of the law. And so, you know, individuals on council that are working on pieces of legislation aren't required to make all of that public so that as they're writing every other word down, 20 people are over them going, well, I don't like that. Well, I don't like that. I don't like that. They try to create something as a whole and bring it to the body to discuss as a whole document. That is what Donnie has been doing. That's what Laura's been doing. And I find it interesting that you're willing to attack Donnie on the same process that Laura has been doing. And it's okay for Laura to work in private on a policy, but it's not all right for Donnie to work on it. Now, where is the fairness in that? I know where it is. It is he supports something you don't, and she supports something that you do. Really? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, is it? Because I didn't see it. I wasn't aware of it till we had the conversations tonight.
We're voting on it?
We're not voting on that. We're not voting on her policy.
We're voting on ALPR.
That's not her policy.
Full policy.
Well, okay, I'm not going to have conversation from the dais.
Did you have something, to the Axon representative?
Yeah, so just got an answer there. So to answer you guys specifically, and what Chief is saying is correct, so just to have that on record. Specifically, there wouldn't be a penalty to cost if we sign and do nothing. You're pretty much starting at the permitting process. It's very minimal costs. Like, that's not the heart of the cost there. And that's mainly due to the term of convenience in the contract as well.
Thank you. So I was asked an interesting question earlier this evening during public comment. And the question was, you know, why did I run for my seat? Did I do it for my career, my ego, or did I do it for my community? And I think that's, well, the only part of public comment that I'm really going to dignify with an answer for some of the other comments that were directed my way. And the answer is I did it for my community. I've lived here for a decade. I have worked in municipal government for a long time. I work for the city of Detroit. All the last 10 years, I moved to Michigan to be part of the city of Detroit. I work closely with Detroit City Council. I do a lot of just municipal government. It's what I do. All day in and out, mostly it's budgets. I'm the budget director for the city now. You know, I spend all of my time in municipal government. It's what I do. And I've been involved with government for quite a while. And when I saw that there was an opportunity to do more in the city that I had been serving, because I had been on boards and commissions and task forces and mostly working on boring things, you know, facilities assessments and just the really dull workaday stuff for government. That's really what I care the most about, is just the basic bread and butter services. It's getting the roads fixed. It's, you know, making sure that the recreation department can keep doing the movies on the hill and just doing these things. That's what I ran for council to do. This does not advance my career at all. This is absolutely not helpful to my career. It is, you know, this doesn't benefit me in any way. As for my ego, sure, yeah. Nobody who runs for office doesn't have ego in it, and they're a liar if they say they don't. Everybody wants people, no, hey, listen. Everybody wants people to say, you know, that they want you to serve your community, that they believe that you can do the work of government. When it's hard, when it's easy, when it's fun, when it's not fun. Of course, everybody wants that. Everybody wants to be told that people believe they can do good work on behalf of their community. You know, it's difficult. being on council. It's really hard. It's a lot harder than I think I certainly expected as a person who has mostly spent his life in government, more behind the scenes and less on the camera. And as we get to complicated or very controversial issues, very heated issues like Flock, ALPR technology generally, Headley, I mean, these are all things that are extremely complicated. I think, you know, my approach has always been to gather as much information and data as possible, and I do a lot of that privately. I do a lot of that on the back end. I get information from the city manager. I talk to my colleagues one-on-one privately. I, you know, get information from the police chief or the DPW director or whoever, and I look through all that data and I, you know, make a decision. And that is no different from what any of my colleagues on this body does. I mean, you know, that's what we do. We gather information, then we take our own personal sieve and determine, you know, what the right decision is. And it's going to be one that not everyone agrees with. And people are going to be unhappy with you, and sometimes they're happy with you. And one of the things you just have to make peace with when you run for council or you decide to do something like this that's public is knowing that that's going to be the case, that you're going to get that. And so, you know, earlier, you know, Simon's not here, and I kind of regret that. You know, the comment was that I'm annoyed by residents. I'm not annoyed by residents. I like residents. I love residents. I've talked to thousands of you over the last few years, knocking doors for various reasons. I think what I get frustrated with is the sort of the heated nature of things that really starts to detract away from a genuine conversation. And what I have felt during this is that, you know, there's not a desire to have a dialogue on this. There's a desire to tell us what to do and not have anything said back. And, you know, that is part of the notes from the community meeting. And so that's what I find frustrating. It's not that residents want to engage. It's that I feel sometimes that it's one of the hard things about being on council is that people want to engage with you. And it's remembering that sometimes people don't want a response, they don't want an answer, they don't want a solution, they just want to be heard. And it's really hard for me to judge sometimes when people want me to respond and when they don't. And so that's been the real challenge with this. I've certainly not been perfect throughout this process with ALPR. There have been a lot of, you know, learning things for me, but on the balance, I do believe that the pros outweigh the cons, that on balance, all of the data that I have gathered and all of the information I have been able to sift, and including speaking with people in Detroit about the experience with, you know, ALPRs, including Detroit council members who were part of the decision-making process there and how difficult it was for them. You know, on balance, I still believe that this is a tool that is good for us to have if we have the right policies in place and the right guardrails in place. That the pros outweigh the cons, and maybe it's close, maybe it's tight, but for me, on balance, when I balance all of the data, it still comes out for me that I believe I'm going to get more good from this than I'm going to get harm. And I genuinely believe that. There's no sinister motive to that, right? Like, I don't get anything from this. Like, there's no sinister motive other than I have weighed the things, and in my judgment, I think that that's where the scales tip for me. And you know, it's just the way it is.
I just, through the chair, if I just want to point out one thing that you said, is that you believe in it, you support it, and that's okay. But you also said, as long as the policies are in place.
Well, I said as long as the policies are good and in place, and they provide the right guardrails. We have
Not in place yet.
no, but we do. We have an ALPR policy that actually has. It didn't fail us. In fact, the policy worked. The policy absolutely worked. The provision that said if something happened, we as soon as we found out it had happened, we took it. But we can't know if something happened if we weren't told. We were told, and we took action. That is what the policy does. I mean, it's frustrating that it happened. It's upsetting for sure, but the policy said these are the steps we take if this happens, and we took them. We absolutely followed our policy.
But we weren't told. It was, I think, Councilmember Mikulski who found it by digging deep, and that's how we found out, because we asked for more information.
Yes. Yes, but you have just said exactly what I just said. You're saying the same thing. We found out, and then we took action.
We turned it off, and then we waited a month and a half to take action.
Well, because we had to find out if we were gonna have to pay a bunch of money for walking away earlier than we wanted to. I mean, these are questions you have to
The
ask.
contract was already ended.
Well, we just have to, there are.
We actually extended the contract.
This is a process, there are processes to follow in government, and we followed those processes. We followed our policy. And our policy is good, because large chunks of our policy have it's a known fact, because it goes back to when we first did ALPR discussion in 2023, because I remember watching the council meetings. Our policy was drafted with the ACLU. They had representatives in the room with the chief.
That's a lie.
No, it really isn't. They were here. And so they were here. They have said that our policy meets, the only parts that we didn't really 100% meet their needs was the retention period. They want a shorter retention period. We have a 30-day retention period. 30 days is standard in the state of Michigan, because 30 days is the right window usually for legal activity or knowing you need something to be retained in evidence. Shorter than that runs the risk of not being able to have the evidence. That's the provision that we really couldn't meet on. But all of the other stuff, we did. Our ALPR policy is better than Detroit's, and I can tell you for a fact the ACLU helped write that one, because
Well,
it
I
was
think,
all over the news.
I think what the Michigan Appeals Court sides with the residents over Detroit's use of shot spotter technology, so
No, the shot spotter technology is still in use, because it wasn't ordered to be turned off. It was set for additional litigation.
So, Chief.
I'm not asking for shot spotter. I oppose shot spotter. That is not useful. That has no benefit for us.
So, Chief, and I'm sorry, I don't recall your name from Axon. Okay. We've heard that council members have been working on protocol regarding accountability, and as far as any sort of misuse of data. So I would like to hear you. I think you've heard some of what she said, Mayor Pro Tem Mikulski, with her bullet points. You've heard that we're working on an ordinance. I'd like to hear from you. Is Axon willing to work with us, and as far as accountability, and also be held accountable? I guess I've not heard that from Axon's actual mouth.
Yes, Mayor. Well, first off, I serve at Pleasure Council, and I do want safeguards in place. I have been told from my colleagues at the Michigan Association of Chiefs of Police that there is pending legislation at the state level for ALPR technology. They actually reached out to me for input, knowing how public our discussions have been. And I gave them my very frank opinion that more guardrails, the better. Give us the tools to defend the use of this technology. It is worth the fight for our officers to have this tool. It is worth me bending over backwards and the officers bending over backwards to meet whatever restrictions come from your ordinance or policy. A lot of the discussions that we've had about the policy are actually incorporated in our current policy. Now, there may be room for improvement that I didn't think of, but we're willing to move the needle in the direction of people who are skeptical of this technology in our hands. We use it for what we believe is good and right. That is why we use it. That is why we have it. That is why law enforcement across the country has invested in this technology. We wouldn't be investing in it if it was a loser. If it wasn't helping us do our jobs, we wouldn't be investing in it at these numbers. I welcome the legislation from the state. I welcome an ordinance from this council if it gives the officers the tools to solve crime and make victims whole. We're willing to do it. There's nothing easy about this process. And still I'm here. whether it's tonight, whether it's January, whether it's in May, we'll be back here. It's your decision. I firmly support it. As long as I have breath, I'm going to try to recommend tools to help my officers solve crime and stand up for victims' rights. We're going to continue that fight. I will make the recommendation and I will abide by your decision. That's my role. And I promise you that we will do our best to audit, to hold people accountable who violate it. And we'll work with our CPARB as a, try to incorporate some type of oversight to that program. I'm not sure what that will look like yet, because some of that data may be sensitive in nature if it's part of an ongoing investigation. So we have to see what that looks like. But we're committed to doing that. As far as Axon, they have really jumped through a lot of hoops to meet a lot of demands in hopes of gaining your trust. And it's incumbent, when you talk about guardrails, it's incumbent upon yourselves and me and CPARB, but mostly on us, me, to audit, keep an eye on it, and hold them accountable. You're right, we got burned with Flock, and they were gone. We got rid of them. Now, it might have been an option to tighten the screws and to make sure that they don't violate it again, but we went another direction and said we no longer trust you, so we abandoned them. Now, we learned a lesson, and I think that makes us wise shoppers and informed on the topic, and I think we're moving in the right direction. I don't think there's another agency in the state that is talking about ordinance like yours, or, I'm sorry, policy like yours, or ordinance like Donnie's. I think that we are going to set the standard. If we approve this and move forward with this ordinance and this policy, we will probably become the standard for oversight for ALPR in the state of Michigan, if not the region, maybe even nationally. Now, I'm not an expert on the policy or the ordinance. I have some exposure to it. But I see a path forward. And I think it's like many people think, I think the benefits outweigh the risk at this point.
Yeah, I just want to add a couple pieces as well. You know, I think just wanting to reiterate, right, there's no, like, no sharing out of the box, right? And there's rigorous auditing trails with this product. So that was one of the main concerns with Flock. But back to your question, Mayor, will Axon, be willing to work with you guys? I think that has been overwhelmingly clear just through the addendum changes. All the changes that you guys sent were pretty much accepted on our end. And like I said, we're willing to work with you guys. I think we've already shown that multiple times. And I will continue to do that until I moved off this account, but endless there.
Well, any other comments regarding?
Through the chair. Well, first off, I want to apologize to Councilwoman, Mayor Pro Tem Mikulski. It may have come across like I was attacking you, and in no way I was. I have great respect for the work that you do. You do a lot for this community that I think a lot of people do know, but there's a lot that they don't know. You are very much a tireless, well, I'm sure you are tired, but you come across as being a tireless individual fighting for the city. No one up here runs for council, wants to be up here to make the city terrible. That's, none of us want to do that. That's not our goal. We want to do what we feel is best for the community. This technology never will be a solution to deter crime. Criminals are not going to say, oh, Ferndale has cameras, I better not commit a crime. This technology was, is, and always will be an additional tool for law enforcement in a very small toolbox to solve crime. None of us up here have ever been under the impression that this was going to deter crime. The thought that this technology was going to deter crime was spread on social media by those opposed to this technology. It was skillfully used along with generic examples of civil liberty violations in communities outside the state of Michigan. These tactics of using misleading information was designed to push people to sign online petitions and sway people's opinion their way. It was made clear in the last city council meeting that the community meeting that was held on Friday would be an opportunity for residents to respond to the contract that provide any questions or concerns regarding the details within the contract. I made it clear, and I think my other council members can justify this, that this meeting in no way should be another time where people are just going to come and complain about the technology. I don't like it. I don't want it. It was an opportunity to talk about the contract and what you would like to see in it, what you think should be changed. Unfortunately, very few responses that we received from Friday's meeting was about suggesting improvements to the contract. Mostly it was dislike for the technology, dislike for Axon, and that we shouldn't sign the contract. There was absolutely. Yep. We can continue to have public discussions for the next year, and the reality is that those opposed to the technology will not be swayed to support it. And those supporting the technology who have been provided some level of justice because of it will continue to support it. There have been incidents on social media where people supporting the technology have been attacked by the opposition. Feel free to check the Ferndale Fabulous Forum when someone sees keyboard warriors stoning a handful of people by implying the person doesn't care about violating their civil rights or supports Trump's ICE to deport people out of the country. You tend to want to keep your opinions to yourself and only talk to people who won't attack your opinions. That's why while several people have had 70-30 people against the technology contact them, I had about the opposite contacting me. We've had this technology in Ferndale for over 2 years. With the contract, that was imperfect. There's no argument. However, during that time, not one person has come forward indicating that their civil rights were violated or the technology was used improperly. Our policies have worked. I'm aware that recently Bay City canceled their flock contract, but they have not said that they were not going to consider using the technology in the future. The only lawsuit in Michigan that I'm aware of is a $35,000 lawsuit in Detroit where a mother and child were wrongfully detained, not arrested, detained and let go. This technology is not perfect. We know that. This technology, though, has assisted in solving crimes in Ferndale. This past March, Mamadou Diallo, a resident of Detroit, was murdered in cold blood by an Oak Park resident, Terrell Sims, on Woodward at 8 Mile. Last week, maybe a week before, Sims was found guilty of second-degree murder. He was also found guilty of 1 count of carrying a concealed weapon, 1 count of a felon in possession of a firearm, and 2 counts of felony firearm. There were 2 other people in the vehicle that were not charged because it was clear by the images captured that they took no part in the crime. 2 questions arise out of this situation if the technology was not available to us. Would the other 2 people in the vehicle be accused of participating simply because they were there? Who else would have Sims harmed had he not been caught as quickly as he was because of the technology? And for the record, he was released on parole in January, 2 months before killing Mamadou. We know the cameras from nearby businesses assisted law enforcement in seeing what happened to the point of the event, but the city's cameras captured the actions, the crime happening. These are facts we know. They are not hypotheticals that someone might be caught because because people have been brought to justice with this technology. No funds are being spent, no property taxes are being spent on these services. I have a responsibility to ensure that our law enforcement have the tools necessary to solve crimes by convicting those guilty of those crimes and to protect the innocent from being the victim of additional crimes committed by those guilty. And that is why I will vote yes tonight.
Are there any other comments before we put this to vote? All right. Before we put this to vote, I just want to state something. So I know that we've had community conversations back since a couple years when we started with Block. I know that we had, there was a community conversation announcing the cancellation with the Block the agreement. I do agree that with these conversations, things could have been made more clear as to how they were going to be presented. I think we might have missed the mark a little bit as far as how the message got out regarding the expectation of these conversations. But with that being said, we've learned from that. And I think that moving forward, we're going to have, when we do have a conversation, community conversation, it's going to be made clear, even if we all have to look at it, if we all have to review it, that it states what the intentions are from those conversations. So that way we won't have to hear, this is not what I expected. So I believe we dropped the ball there. I will say that. But again, we have learned from that, and anytime we have a conversation now, it will be clear as to what the expectations are. No fluff, whether you like it or not, this is what we're going to discuss, and then let's hear what you have to say about it. As far as CPAR being involved, if this should go through tonight, I think that when their meeting is coming up, I think it's the first one's coming up again in January, that's going to need to be a priority that they're involved in this, that they are involved in the auditing. If this does pass tonight, as far as quarterly audits, Chief, I think it's going to cause, a lot more work for you and the department, but we're going to have to let the community know what's happening with this technology. Down to if there's any mistakes. Like I said before, it's nothing perfect about technology, so we need to know what has happened, what the good and the bad. It needs to be put out there. As far as accountability and misuse of data, it sounds like we have some discussions or some drafts in place regarding that. And I've heard from Axon and Chief, you've eloquently stated that you are willing to work at the will of council as far as making sure that these accountabilities are in place, that there's no misuse of data. The ability to, I don't think I heard it, but the ability to opt out of anything the ability to opt out any sort of changes in technology, however it expands, pertaining to Ferndale, it's not something that will be automatically applied to our policy, our community. And if it is something that is even considered, those community conversations are going to have to take place. It's just going to have to happen. as soon as they come up. I know that the police department has not used this technology in any way other than what it's supposed to be used. We got burned a little bit from Flock regarding their pushing things through and us not knowing that, but we've learned from that. And again, I think I've stated it before, that I know that technology saves lives. I never stated that this is going to prevent crime. It won't. I think there's no data to even show that it does prevent crime, but there is data to show that it does solve crime. I think that with the new council member coming in place in January, I think that with our conversations that would be had moving forward, if this should pass or if this shouldn't pass, that person will be involved in those conversations. And I think tonight, we've talked about this quite a bit. We've learned what the community wants. We've also learned, I know that there's some community members that don't want this at all, but I think that we've prolonged this long enough, and I propose that we just have our vote right now. If anybody has anything else to say, go ahead and say it before I have a roll call.
Through the chair, I think we have to have that contingency of the policy and/or ordinance language. And
No later than the second council meeting of January, the council shall have adopted an ordinance and a part, you know,
I think that's enough time.
Or prior to signing the contract.
we can do that. Yeah, I think you and I can get it through ordinance pretty quick.
So then what would just a minute. The motion that we have on the table apparently needs to be amended somehow.
Yes, so I will, guess I'll made, but I need to amend my motion. So I'm going to amend my motion. I'm gonna try it out and then you let me know, pro tem, if you agree. Hold on, sorry, getting my language. I move we approve the agreement with Axon for automated license plate reader camera for $110,167.60 over 5 years to be paid from account number 262-000.818 or -818.000, which is the drug forfeiture fund, not the general fund. This approval being contingent upon the adoption of a new community input on government surveillance ordinance no later than the second council meeting of January, and the adoption of a companion policy that reinforces and makes actionable the terms of that ordinance.
That's not bad. Is there a way that we can also make it almost like a public hearing, like get it out into the public?
Maybe have like a public session on the draft ordinance?
Yeah.
So one of the things that I would recommend is if we do an ordinance of this nature, it be done over 2 readings. The first would, since it's a major ordinance change, the first would have a public hearing component associated with it. And then the second hearing would be the adoption.
To have a full public hearing.
Obviously, you could do that as part of the public session or as a separate community meeting, but that's what I've seen as best practice standard for major ordinance changes.
That's solid.
So in the timeline, then it would not be at the second meeting in January. If it's going to be a second reading, it would probably go into February.
It'd be the first meeting in February. To fit in, to get to second reading.
So first reading at the second meeting,
Right.
second reading and consideration of adoption at the first meeting in February.
Yes.
Okay, so my motion is amended to change the contingency date to the the first council meeting in February after, 2 readings of the ordinance inclusive of a public hearing on said ordinance.
Through the chair. If I understand the way that you're presenting the motion, is the contract will not be signed until after the policy or ordinance is approved by the first meeting in February. That's the way that it's coming out. So technically, you're not approving the contract tonight.
So I think.
Because you could, or someone could, delay the ordinance being presented for approval at the second meeting, and therefore null and voids this approval, and basically never bring back the contract at all.
Well, regardless of whether the contract is signed in advance or not signed at all in advance, we would still, because this is contingent, even if we've signed the contract, if the contingency fails, then Colleen and Dan would have to initiate the termination procedures.
So in this scenario, the contract can still be executed, and if we fail to meet the contingency, that immediately triggers the 4-clause notice.
Yes, it would trigger the notice of,
Well, there doesn't need to be cause.
yeah,
Yeah.
it would trigger the notice of termination. Automatically.
So the vote is, what was your,
So we are approving the contract, contingent on approval at the first meeting in February of an ordinance and companion policy to, implement, to make actionable that ordinance, to strengthen the protections for residents and oversight of government surveillance technology.
And through the chair, and just further clarity, and to the extent that doesn't happen, direct staff to provide the notice of termination of the.
so we're still
of the
signing the contract without any policy in place?
With our existing policy in place. So we have to stop saying there's no policy in place.
The existing policy that
Yes,
we
yes, there is a
have already
policy.
had issues with, understood. Okay,
That contract would be
Be a
terminated.
first reading.
Get the new
Not a field policy.
ordinance language in place.
well, the contract could be terminated at any time for any
It's-
reason
it's-
anyways.
yes,
so
we
it's
have a-
Probably gonna come back anyways, so. Move forward.
So that's the motion.
We'll see about it. You saw the email, there's options.
I'm fully aware of them.
Okay.
All right.
I support your motion.
May we have a roll call, please?
Johnson?
Yes.
Mikulski?
Yes.
Kelly?
No.
Polika?
Yes.
Leaks May.
Yes. The motion carries. All right. And now we're going to, I don't see it here, but we should have called council.
Oh, yeah, it's missing.
It's missing. So I will open it up to, if there's any department head updates for the end of the year, I'll open it up to the city manager.
Can we forego them? Can we forego city update?
Technically, we can go to.
There's really not that much. I'll just summarize very quickly. DPW, a reminder about holiday, heave, curbside refuse and recycling days, and the Christmas tree disposal. More information on our website. And then for police, please don't hesitate to contact our police department if you know someone is sleeping outside or does not have heat in the extreme cold weather. I believe that is it for staff updates.
All right. I will go to my right, call to Mayor Pro Tem Mikulski. Are you trained? Do you have anything to say?
Happy Hanukkah.
Thank you.
Enjoy the holidays. Oh, is this where I'm supposed to say something about you, Greg? Hold on. Hold on.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I got it. Give me a second. I went roast style, light roast.
Okay. I'm ready.
When Greg says, for those who weren't here at this time, you know you're about to get a master class, whether you want it or not. Greg really is the wise voice in the room, the kind of wisdom that reminds you to slow down, breathe, and maybe take a sip of Diet Coke before voting. At this point, Greg and Diet Coke are basically co-council members. One brings the institutional knowledge, the other brings the fizz. I don't know if Diet Coke fuels that knowledge or just provides emotional support, but either way, it never misses a meeting. And honestly, the real measure of how intense a council meeting is how quickly Greg's Diet Coke disappears, which I don't know.
Oh,
where
no,
you're
it's,
at.
yeah. I'm ready for another.
That was my light roast. I do appreciate you, Greg, and your institutional knowledge and your steady presence on the on the council. So I wish you the best in whatever comes next.
Councilmember?
Sure, Craig. We've come a long way.
We have come a long way.
Yes, we
A
have.
good way. We've come
Yeah.
a very good way.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
And I just want you to know I appreciate you. We have not always seen eye to eye, but you reached out to me when I got elected. We met, we communicated. Other than Council or Mayor Pro Tem Mikulski, I've talked to you the most out of any other council member. You reach out, you ask me how I'm doing and how I'm feeling on issues, and you have dialogue with me when we agree and or disagree, just like today. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate you, and I appreciate everything that you've helped me with in the last 2 years, and being open and respectful and willing to have productive dialogue.
Thank you.
I'll go to you, Donnie.
The council without Greg is an odd thing to contemplate. You were one of the first people to tell me that you thought that, I could do good for the community, that my knowledge and skills, especially in the realm of finance, could be turned to good in Ferndale, and that I should give consideration to the idea of running for office. And I said, no, hell no. I kind of probably should have stuck with hell no, according to some of the audience today. I appreciate it. I appreciate that you believed that I had skills and knowledge and ability. We worked together on a number of different task forces and odds and ends over the years. And, you were always you're a steady presence. You have this unbelievably encyclopedic knowledge of everything that's happened in Ferndale ever. And it's going to be missed. You'd believe me, I'll be using it. So thank you for your service, and thank you for everything.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you.
I think I'd like to go and then you go, because I just want to get this out.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So when I met you, I keep thinking about that moment we met. I wasn't on council at the time, but you were running. Was it for the first time?
It was the first time.
The first time. And you came to my side door and talked to me about and told me about what you loved about the city and why you were running. And my then little children, all grown now, were running in and out of the screen door, and it was so hard for me to concentrate. But I was so impressed with you. I appreciate you coming and sharing with me your passion and desires for the progressiveness of the city. And then over the years, we got to work on council together, where you've supported initiatives. You've guided me. We've even had lunch a time or two when it was hard for me being a new council member. And then just to have that outreach, have someone to kind of understand and to be able to just kind of share what was happening and what I was going through, because some things I was going through really personally at the time. And just, you were there to listen. I'm really going to miss that, because I've counted on your leadership all of these years, and I'm so glad to have been able to learn from you and work with you. I will tell you that if there's ever any sort of historic trivia going on in one of these establishments, you're on my team. I'm calling you. But I hope you stay in touch and allow me to pick your brain every now and again. because I feel like this is an end of an era. It's really down to me now, because for so many years we worked on council together. So I hope that whatever you do, you love it, you get to travel, you get to do all the things you love. But I ask you to be available when I call you, because I think I'm going to have to on occasion. So just thank you. Thank you for all that you've done and all that you've given. And know that it is not, has not gone unnoticed, even though I know sometimes you might think that it has. It hasn't.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, you go, your turn.
Well, again, thank you for your wonderfully kind words. As I mentioned earlier, we run for office because we want to see, the best for the city. And, I hope over the 12 years that I've contributed to that, when I first came on the council, actually, when I first got involved in the city, it was a much different community, than it is today. And I hope that, some of the things that I've supported throughout the years is why a number of people moved to the city, and enjoy, what is great about our community. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not pursuing, further office. I'm, honestly, it's because of my day job. It's just taken way too much out of me, and I don't think it's fair for me to just be a vote in this chair. I think you deserve someone who is going to be engaging with the community as a council member, is going to, communicate, with the community and not just be up here and be a vote, and that's it. And I think you have someone who you've elected that will do that. I didn't want to make that sound like you weren't going to be that. But I will be around, so, if people want to pick my brain and ask me what happened way back when, I'm willing to do that. Don't ask me what I had for dinner yesterday, because I can't remember that stuff, but I can remember the most small, minute detail of something 20 years ago. Thank you, ADHD. But thank you. I am looking forward to having new opportunities. Throughout the years, people have asked, oh, would you be able to do this, or would you like to do that? And I've always had to turn it down because, to me, the city was first. I had to give as much as I could to the community, so I've always said no to those things. So now, I have the opportunity to, maybe say yes to something new, something different. But it definitely won't be higher office. Not interested in anything beyond Ferndale, never have been, so. But everyone, have a wonderful holiday. Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah, and Festivus for the rest of us.
And I just want to close by saying, thank you also to the city staff. It's been a long year. Colleen, I don't know what, I keep 6, 7 months, about that?
I go off the age of my son, he's 9 months now.
9 months, okay. So I just want you all to know, city department heads and the community, how much you're appreciated. Ferndale wouldn't be Ferndale if people didn't come out and be as passionate as you are, because it's something that I've really appreciated over the past 13 years? Yeah, 13 years. And I wish you all a safe holiday season. I hope you have enjoyed time with your family. I want to say thank you to council. I know that sometimes things can get heated on the scene and behind the scenes, but all in all, I know that you do what you do, and I know the reasons why you do it. I just hope that, and to council member-elect coming in, you kind of see how we roll, so come on and bring your flair and bring your flavor, and I just hope that we're able to really do a good job coming in 2026, working together. So with that being said, it is late. I think this is the latest council member that we've had. It is 11:15, but I wish you all a safe evening and a wonderful holiday season, and we will see you all in 2026.